Hello everybody, I'm Hawaiian Hillbilly. Welcome to another live stream. You guys know the routine. I gotta set up my laptop so I can monitor chat. So let me take care of that right quick. Alright, let's see here. Just gotta put a little quick welcome message in chat. So here we go, let's see. And there we go. Good enough. Now we're ready. Let's go. And we're going to be playing on Elm Creek. I hope everybody's had a good day. It is 12 o'clock midnight where I live as I'm starting this live stream. I hope everybody's doing well. Most of you will view this. Those who do view it. My videos don't get a lot of views because I'm such a small channel. But if you happen to view it after it's been posted as a video, then I hope everything's going well for you. Alright, here we go. Now, let's see, where are we at? What do we want to do? We want to sleep. That's where we're at. We need to sleep for a day. October. Let's see. Let's just sleep till 9 o'clock. It'll be alright. We'll sleep until 9 o'clock. In the winter months, there's 2 or 3 months in the winter, if you sleep until 8 o'clock, it's still kind of dark. Or I will say it was still dark on the Calmlands map. I'm not sure about this map. I haven't tested it. I just started getting to where, okay, we got soybeans ready to go. Let's pop the map up because now why is that showing green? Oh. Oh, that's not what I want. Oh. Okay, I can't remember how to. That's not what. This is not what I'm looking for. How do I don't remember how to change. Okay, there we go. It's the stick. Ready to harvest. Oh, look at that. We got all these fields ready to harvest again. Oh my gosh. So let's do soybeans first. Let's do the soybeans. And then I don't think we'll have time to do the sunflowers. These are all sunflowers. And I don't remember. These are not ours. These 2 fields here. These are not ours, but they are ready to harvest. We've got soybean, 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 soybean. And then let me, let's go back for a second. Yeah, these are all soybeans. Okay, so we got a bunch to do. So let's get started. So this will probably be, we'll probably have to switch to a 2-day month. Wow. I'm gonna have to come back down here and get that header later. We might as well start right here because we own this field. That's why I left the harvester here, just in case. So here we go. We'll go ahead and take this down there because that's all we're going to need to start with. Now here's the strategy. Do I want to complete this field, completely rotate it? So in other words, get our soybeans, get it replanted with soybeans, or do I want to harvest everything first and then come back and get everything planted? I could do that. What is in our truck? Soybeans. That's good. We might end up with a truckload of soybeans, which would be awesome. If I can get a full truckload of soybeans, we might hit $1 million. And that would just be so awesome if we could hit $1 million, because that's all we need to be able to buy a new harvester. So we can have a bigger harvester for the big fields. We'll have to decide a little bit later on, do I really want to do that on this rotation, or do I want to be able to do one more rotation of soybeans? Because once we buy our harvester and stuff like that, we want to have some money left over. Of course, we'll be making more money once we get these fields replanted. So even if we spend all our money, we'll have a bunch of soybeans. We'll have 1, 2, 3, 7 soybean fields. Of course, this one and the 3 at the farm are rather small, but when you add it all together, it's going to be okay. So, we could plant even like, I could actually harvest. I can harvest the sunflowers that I have and plant those fields in soybeans. So we just get a huge amount of soybeans in the next rotation. I had thought about doing that for this rotation, but I want the sunflowers, the 4 sunflower seeds, the 4 sunflower fields that we have right here. I wanted these for to put in our oil mill that's right here. No, I take that back. It's right here. That is our bakery. But it's not ours yet. It's going to be. Okay, so these are all greenhouses down here and beehives. But our oil mill is right here, so I got this field, and then we've got all this for sunflowers, and once we buy this will be sunflowers. I think once we can buy these fields, we'll also do these fields in soybeans. So we'll have the whole main farm area soybeans. Over here we'll have sunflowers. We need to come down here. Right here we're going to do olives, I think. And we may extend it out here, but we'll learn. I've never done olives before. We'll learn about olives in this field right here. And I think all of this down here we will do, or maybe not, yeah, we'll do like canola down in this section. Once we start buying up this stuff, we'll do canola. There's a nice big field. But anyway, we're going to do soybeans. We probably will not get to the sunflowers until the next episode. Unless we just go all out and do like a super long live stream. I don't know. We'll see how I feel after I get all the soybean fields rotated. In other words, when I say rotate or rotated, I mean I get it harvested and replanted. That's all I mean by that. See, it's not taking very long to be able to harvest this field, which is good. But I can't imagine it would be a whole lot faster with the bigger harvest. But I probably won't use a bigger harvester on this field anyway. Not on the fields that are on the farm. Meaning this one and the 3 that are on the farm. This is not actually on our farm. This is just a field we own. Our farm is right over there. We have 3 fields on the farm. But once you start farming other fields, then it's kind of like you're farming everything. I want to stop right here because I want to go this way, at least one headland road, just to give me a little bit of space from that sign right there when I get over that way. So that will help right there. Now we can go back this way. I should just shut that off. It's easier for me to get lined back out if I turn it off. That way I'm not accidentally harvesting when I'm not really wanting to be. Now we'll get this field finished. Where is my fertilizer spreader? We got to have it down here. Maybe we'll go ahead and finish this field. We'll just complete this field before we move on to the others, but then we'll do the other ones like we normally do. Now, I would like to see them turn like this. Now, see, he might think he's done working because it cleared a small section right in front. No, he managed to clear it, okay. Sometimes they'll think they're done when they're really not. Try to move my laptop just a little bit there, guys, where I can see it just a little bit better. In the event somebody should show up in chat. I don't have a lot of people coming into chat. I'm going to reposition this guy a little bit because I can tell he's going to leave one little tiny bit of, on the outside edge, and I don't want a little bit left on the outside edge. So I get it repositioned, and we can finish it with one pass instead of two. Okay, now we'll just go ahead and take this one down. Over here, we'll be starting to run the next field. We'll just leave it sit right here because this guy's in the way, and I need to move him back down the other way anyway. I don't know why I took the truck down there, guys, for such a small field. Had I thought about it, I would have known it wasn't necessary. Because I knew this field was small enough that it would not fill the tank on the harvester. Now, if I didn't have that fertilizer overlapping the outside edge of the field over here so much on the left, then I probably might be able to do this in two passes. I don't know. All right, pull way on out there. Where are you going? What the heck is this guy doing? Well, that was totally messed up right there. I don't know why they do stuff like this. I will have to finish that last row myself so I can narrow down the width of the spreader pattern. And then we'll just do this right here. We'll go here. We'll reduce the width of this to its narrowest. There we go. And even the narrowest is a little bit wider than what we needed, but it's okay. Now the three fields at the farmhouse, maybe that's how I should put it, the fields at the farmhouse. In one sense, it's all of this turns out to be our farm, because quite frankly, we own the land that this house and stuff is sitting on. I just can't seem to delete this house. I'd like to delete that house and the fence and all that stuff, but that's not something I can do. Okay, so that's okay. We'll just park this guy right here. Actually, I need to give myself just a little bit of room to get out. Otherwise, when I get out, I'm standing on top of a fence or something. So we'll do that right there. But we're going to fast travel over to our truck. I'm going to get it out of the way. And then we're going to get this tractor going with the cultivator. There you go. Now let's go, let's just take the truck and put it back over here. We're just gonna take it back and put it on the farm over here. And it can just stay right here. And then we want to go get this tractor. Because we want our planter, we're going to take it down to the other side. Now one thing I need to do is make sure I got that set to soybeans instead of canola. Alright, well that's good enough. Now we'll just go ahead and we'll start this guy. Because it's going to be a long episode, I'm going to do a little bit of multitasking. Not a lot though. I will multitask on this field. Because I just have the two things and they're close together just like this. One click away from each other. So I can keep an eye on both of them easily enough. I could go ahead and get the harvester started down on this end. We need to do a double headland row right here. Now we're just going to do it ourselves. I'm not going to put the helper in it. Try to, yeah, I think it did miss something. A little bit right on the edge right there. I'm going to go back just to make sure. It looked to me like I did miss, yeah, I did. I was a little bit offline down there at the end. I thought I was. And now we'll just change direction. So I was hoping I could delete that fence right there. I don't know why we didn't get crop planted right here on this side in that little strip right there. It doesn't make any sense to me why it does some stuff and doesn't do other stuff. Oh, there's something I must have missed. Alright, we'll just send that guy on his way now. See where we're at here. I try not to drive into the chaff right there, guys, but, you know, that might mess your engine up. You can just pull right out into that because your radiator fan will just be drawing all that stuff in right into the radiator. So I try to avoid that. Now, we will just ride along with this guy until he's done. I really do kind of want to go back into not doing the multitasking. But when you have a lot of work to get done, then I gotta tell you, it just seems like it's better to do the multitasking. But I really don't want to do it that way. I want to do one process at a time, as though I'm actually doing all of it, even though I'm not doing all of it. It can appear as though I am. My hands wouldn't allow me to do that. The arthritis in my hands would not let me do everything myself. Sorry guys, I have to yawn. I'm surprised I haven't yawned before now. It's 12:27 a.m. where I live, 12:27 in the morning. So I'm amazed I actually made it through 27 minutes of a live stream before I yawned for the first time. Normally, as soon as I start yawning. I don't know why all these people, they have all these people just walking around in these random places. Because nobody has, why are people roaming around on my property? I don't know. So we'll do this next pass, and then I will reposition. The cultivator. I almost forgot what that thing was called. I'm not a farmer, guys. I'm just playing a farming game. I didn't grow up on a farm or anything like that. I guess I would be considered city folk. I did not grow up in I grew up in what would be referred to as a city, yes, but not like a major metropolis or something like that. I have lived just outside Washington, D.C. I have lived outside of Los Angeles. Worked in La Jolla. I worked for a heat and air conditioning company at that point in time. General Sheet Metal, new construction. A lot of houses, tract homes out in the Fontana area. I have my hands in helping to build. And many other places. Now, when I lived outside of Washington, D.C., I was in the U.S. Army back in those days. But I got married and I lived off base. I lived in the barracks for a while, yeah, but after I got married, I lived off base. I don't like to drive in the field after I've done the work because you leave print tracks on the field. So it's kind of weird like that, guys. I wonder if this tractor, would this tractor fit through that opening in that gate over there? No, because the gate is partially closed. Okay. Well, let's go see where we're at. The harvester is probably finished with this field up here. Yep, it sure is. So now what I'm going to do, while that guy's finishing up, we're going to go ahead we are going to get this guy started. And then we're not going to fertilize until we've got all 3 of these fields done, because it only takes 1 pass with the fertilizer spreader to catch all the whole field. So we'll let this guy run, we'll get everything harvested, and then we'll come through with the fertilizer spreader. So now we just need this guy to finish. Now, if you do watch this video after it's posted as a live stream, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Please consider giving it a thumbs up and consider subscribing to my channel. I'm a tiny little channel, but I like doing these live streams. And hopefully at some point in time, I'll be able to get people in chat, more than 1 at a time. But like I said, I'm a small channel, so, and I may always remain a small channel, but I used to run a Pal Talk chat room, and I really enjoyed being able to chat with people on the microphone. So I'm hoping I can like get something like that going over here. It may work, it may not, I don't know. I have had some people come in chat. A couple of them have actually hung out for a while, and we were able to chat. But there were some others who came in. I think 3 people have come in, and all they wanted to do was for me to start let them play multiplayer with me. And I'm not into that. That's not my thing. And I've heard warnings from very well-known YouTubers who play this game, very established YouTubers who play this game, that have kind of warned to be cautious about doing that kind of thing with people you don't know. People, you know, even if you only know them through chat, but they keep coming around, they're supportive of your channel and stuff, they watch, they give you a like and stuff like that, they support your channel, then those are people you might want to consider playing live stream or a multiplayer with. But they said be careful about just random people popping in wanting to do that, because there are some, not all of them now, but there are some whose motivation is to mess up your farm. And since I'm new at this, I'm not taking that chance. So I do not do multiplayer. Multiplayer would be fun. I mentioned in my last episode, man, it would be so awesome if like Daggerwind, for whatever reason, popped into my chat room. I don't think that's going to happen. I just think it would be like really cool if it did. Okay, we're going to reposition this guy right now. I want to do something because, see, you get going too fast and you totally lose control of your equipment. But what I want to do, I want to get rid of this tree right here too. I do not like this tree right here because I can't see what I'm doing. So I wonder maybe I can do this right here. And then we're going to get rid of this tree, but we're not going to do it yet. I won't have to do it yet because this is the last process. As far as, there we go. Oh, wait a minute. Did I not turn it on? What happened? What is it? Oh, I didn't even have it. I didn't have it on the right thing. I was like looking at the weight. So it says, let me go back. There we go. Okay. Now, let's try it again. Okay, now the buttons aren't working good for me. I mean, it's not the button's fault. I'm just like, I don't know, I'm not hitting the buttons like I really want to. I got to get rid of that tree. That tree is just annoying. So we're going to take care of that. I'm going to get rid of that tree. One thing I want to do too, because I do not like this, I want to move just a little bit this way and sand it again, because that's a little bit better. I'm hoping to catch this last pass with just one pass. So I needed to reposition this a little bit, and I may need to reposition for the next pass. If it doesn't line up good, if I'm not really happy with the way it's looking, maybe I really want to catch it on one pass instead of have to make the extra trip down here. But we'll give him a chance to turn around and see what's going on. Oh! What is that all about, man? Just because my truck was in the way, I guess. We'll just go ahead and empty it. See, I'm multitasking, and I'm actually kind of messing myself up a little bit because I got too many things going on, so my focus is in too many different places. And that's why I had said in the last episode I was going to stop doing that multitasking stuff. So I really need to do that. So I think once I get back over here, we get on the, I'm not going to send this guy yet because I got busy with that. Now, you see what happened? I didn't reposition it, so I got this little tiny strip. Easy, slow down, slow down, slow down. Gosh, I'm going way too fast. See, I'm multitasking. I'm getting everything messed up. So I really I gotta slow down. I really can back these things up better than this guy's, but I'm just going too fast. Trying to multitask. I have too many operations going on at the same time here. Thankfully, you can hire the helper to catch that one little tiny strip right there. And then I'll have to catch this little spot down here at the end that it missed. But that'll be okay. There'll be one little tiny spot down here. Now he thinks he's done. He is not done. And that'll get it right there. Come on, pull it across there. Alright. That field is done. So let's just park this guy back here like this. Now we can do this. Now let's get back to doing one operation at a time. So I just get confused on where I'm at, what I'm doing. I mean, I know what I'm doing, but I'm having to flip back and forth, and there's so many places where I need to monitor what is happening with the tool itself. And I'm not, because I'm busy trying to take care of something else. And I can't get back and forth fast enough because I get distracted. So we're going to let this guy harvest his field before we start fertilizing. And then we can fertilize the 3 fields here at the farmhouse, each in one pass. And that's why I'm just going to wait until this guy's done. Otherwise I'd just have to stop anyway with the fertilizer spreader, so I might as well wait. And then I may even cultivate all 3 of these fields before I start planting, instead of doing like completely rotating each field as we progress through. I may just do all the cultivating and then all the planting. That's probably a good way to do it. That way I don't skip stuff, because I did skip stuff on the last one. I totally skipped over. If you saw in the last episode, I totally skipped planting that field right over there. Or the last time I did this field. Not the last episode, but the episode before that, I guess. I had to finish planting that field in the last episode. That's how we started, was finished in that field, because I had skipped it. And then so I was going to do it at the end of the previous live stream, which would have been episode 9. But my Wi-Fi cut out. So I had the harvester mid-job, or the planter. Maybe it was the planter, the seeder. Yeah, because I was just about finished. I was about halfway through that final field right there, just to get it back where it was supposed to be. And the Wi-Fi went out, so I wasn't able to finish it. Because of course when your Wi-Fi goes out, that's the end of your live stream. So I had to finish at the very beginning of the last episode, episode 10. Now, we're just going to reposition this thing ourselves, because I want it to be, it's such a narrow strip. It would look funny. Just so you guys understand, it would look funny if this thing is harvesting way out here. Would the helper do that? Yep, it'll work, but it would look funny. I don't like that. I want it to be this way. I don't mind if it overlaps a little bit. If it's just overlapping a little bit, I'm okay with that. Now we're done. So we're going to take this guy over it and just get it over here by the next field that we're going to be doing. Now one thing about it here, if we start using a bigger harvester down on this end, and we probably will at some point, I have to put the header on the trailer. I have to put the header on a trailer. So let's let this guy, well, we're not even going to start this field yet. See, I'm already wanting to, I kind of got used to trying to do the multitasking. I got that kind of in my head. But I really don't want to do that. So where are we at? We want fertilizer spreader. And it's right here. One thing I am going to have to do is I got to get my truck out of there. Still got my truck in the way. But we'll take this like this, but not yet. Let's get the truck out of the way. Now we can take it around to the backside. Because we don't need it over here. We need it down here. Ooh, easy. We'll just park on the side of the road over here for now. By the bridge, we'll be fine. We can just sit right here. Now. There we go. Now it'd be nice if the helper would just cruise straight across, but he doesn't. But then it does have enough momentum that it rolls across. And then you just hire a helper again. And there we go. And now we'll go catch the next one. Sometimes it's hard to tell right where the center is. That should be okay like that right there. What are you doing? Why is it not? Worker has completed its task. Why is it saying that? That is ridiculous. That it's telling me it's a... What is this over here? Why is it not? I don't know what that's all about. I honestly do not know what that's all about, why it's not catching that side of the field. That doesn't make any sense to me. Oh well, nothing I can do about it. Now, I'm going to drop this off right over here. Not right there. Right over here. Because we are going to pick up this thing right here. This is called the Tree Be Gone. And it is very difficult to see where I'm at. No, I'm not real good at backing up at this angle, guys. I can tell you that, because everything's like the controls are all opposite. Now we can turn back around. I want to go down there and get rid of that. Ooh, that was a nice shot right there. Inside the tractor cab, saw his foot on the clutch. That was pretty cool. I've not seen that particular shot before. It's too bad it didn't stay like that. Then I could have maybe took a screenshot of that. Well, let's turn this thing on. Let's get rid of this tree. I don't like this tree being there. I'm much more happy with that thing being gone. Can I fit through here? Could I possibly fit through there? I did. I knocked down a mailbox, but now let's go put this thing up. I don't know if I'm going to put it back where I just got it from, though. That was a little bit tough to being able to see. Maybe I will just, where should I put this thing? You know what? I used to keep the fertilizer spreader right here by the steps. But now, because it has a tractor dedicated to the fertilizer spreader, let's just put this thing over here by the steps. Oops. There we go. Now we better fill this thing back up. And then we'll take this over this way because that's where we're going to need it. So we'll just go ahead and take it over here. Just ran over a deer. And we're just going to park on the side of the road here, guys. It's fine. Now, what are we looking for? We're looking for the cultivator. We are going to do a headland row right here, guys. Like this. And now we'll take control again and send them this way. We can let it overlap just a touch. I don't know why we missed this little spot on the last round. So I don't want to cut quite as close maybe to the edge. We'll let it overlap just a touch on the edge of the field there so we can make sure we get this area. Because I don't know why we have that dark line right there. I don't know what that was all about. Alright, now we can let this guy go. Sometimes I would just drive across the field. And start, and I'll do my headland rows around everything, and then I'll let it run, but it doesn't really matter. It's not really necessary. I don't know that it speeds anything up or anything like that. So I'm thinking I'm just going to go ahead and cultivate all three of these fields before I do the cedar. I was going to say before I start planting But it's funny, we have a seeder and a planter. I guess farmers needed to have the machinery called by two different names, even though they both pieces of equipment involve planting. So I always want to refer to the seeder as a planter. Like I said, I'm not a farmer, and I'm planting seed. So, but that's okay. I don't know if I'll ever actually just automatically select the right term between the seeder and the planter, because I generally refer to everything as the planter, because that's what I'm doing. I'm planting my crop. Now, I had mentioned in my last episode that at the end of it, we'd go take a look at Calm Lands, and we would take a look at my No Man's Land. But I don't think I'm going to do a series using my current No Man's Land. I think I would rather start one on a new No Man's Land. And maybe try to replicate where I have my sleep point. It would really be considered the farmhouse, but I don't really think of it as a farmhouse, more as a sleep point, because what I'm using on there is an RV, and I really like the RV as the sleep point or as the farmhouse. I also like a tent. On my FS19 that I played on the PS4, I actually had my sleep point in a small tent out on an island. If you're not familiar with No Man's Land, there is an island in the middle of a small pond. So I put a bridge that went out to it, and it totally messed up the landscaping of the terraforming. And I don't know how, I'm not good at doing terraforming, so I try not to use anything like that. In a way, that's why we're doing Elm Creek also, because Calm Lands and No Man's Land do not have any production lines on those maps. You have to place them yourself, and every time you place a building, it's going to change the terraforming. Greenhouses do it, everything you do. So I decided, instead of doing that and messing up the landscaping on those maps, because I've messed it up plenty of times in the past already, learning how to play this game and stuff, I decided Elm Creek is going to be our production line map, because it already has the production lines on here. Now, we may have to put some animal paddocks, like sheep. I don't know if I'm going to do cows. I have never done cows before, but we may try that. I do want to do on this map some things I have not done before. Get some new experience. So we might do cows, which means I will have to buy a field to put cows in. I already kind of know where I will do sheep if we do sheep. I'm not going to be in a big hurry for that. I'm not going to be in a big hurry to buy the spinnery. Let's move this guy, reposition it just a little bit so we don't have quite so much overhang. And then we'll send the helper back down. And yep, I got this field cultivated on the episode 9, but I did not plant it. I don't know how I did that. I think because I was multitasking and I was trying to like rush so much between the different tools, the different operations, that I just simply overlooked planting this, and I went from planting that field over there to planting this field right here. And it wasn't until later I realized, oh man, I totally skipped this field. Because we have our sunflowers over there. Now they can stay prepared, ready to harvest for. I can sleep until the next month and then do them. I think I will do that. Hello, welcome. Glad you could join me on the live stream. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you're having a good day, good night. It is 1 o'clock in the morning where I live. And we've got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, let's see, 7 fields to work on this episode. I've already got a couple, well, one is completely finished. And then I'll have the 3 small fields right here. These are all going to be ready to plant. And so after I get this harvested, right, not harvested, but cultivated right here, we'll go ahead and get these 3 fields replanted. And we will be doing soybeans. That's what we just harvested. We will be replanting in soybeans. And then we also have, you can see right there at the top of the screen there, we do have our sunflower fields are also ready to be harvested, but I don't think we'll be harvesting them in this episode. I need to do something a little bit different than I did before because well, no, let's don't pop the map up yet. I get to multitasking because I want to reposition this guy right here. If you've watched my other streams and stuff, then you know I don't like it when the helper has to drag the equipment, the tools, like drag the majority of it out in the grass and just a little bit of it be in the field. I always like to reposition it. Now you can see that light yellow colored strip right there on the very left hand edge of the field, how the fertilizer would not show that it was fertilizing that, but the cultivator cultivated it. So I don't know why the fertilizer spreader, why it didn't show when we did the fertilizer. Now we're just going to park this over here. Just someplace out of the way for now. Yeah, that's fine. And there was a tree right here, right there, and I just eliminated that a few minutes ago. It was hard to see around, it was in the way, and yes, I ran over the mailbox. Now let's get this guy lined out. And then we will reposition this guy. Ah, I just ran over somebody. He didn't seem to mind. I know, I look like I know I can't, I don't know how to back these things up. I do, but I just get going too fast. I got to get the feel for just taking my time, quit being in such a big hurry, because that's what happens. I just get in a hurry. I go too fast, and it doesn't work out well. Never does. All right, now we can just let this guy do his thing. It looks weird. Why is it? See right there on the edge of that field right there? It looks weird, but that's just, I don't know what caused that. I don't know what that is. It seems like there's always something that like seems like it's not working like it's supposed to. Now we do have other fields like you just saw where we need to do our we got these fields over here to harvest. We got 3 fields here. I am not going to start that until I get done planting this over here, so I don't have the same kind of situation that I ended up with before when I overlooked one of the fields and forgot to plant it and skipped it into rotation. I bypassed it, and I don't want to do that again. There are certain situations. See that strip right here on the right-hand side of that field right there, guys? I don't know why it's not dark. It's really weird looking. I know I planted it, but it doesn't look like it. So I don't know why it didn't. Yeah, so I want to do things a little bit differently. Like on calm lands, I have some really big fields. So I like to multitask in those fields. But I have all the equipment right together, so it's easy to keep track of it. I get a little bit not confused, but I find myself in a situation to where I need to be monitoring 2 different helpers at the same time. And so one of them will always mess up because I'm busy taking care of one of the other ones, and I can't do it fast enough. So I need to not get ahead of myself. I don't really need to do multitasking in these smaller fields. I don't so much mind multitasking in some of the fields we have down over by the oil mill, our canola field. But even with that, I was trying to do too many operations at the same time. And I don't really need to. I can run the cultivator and the seeder at the same time when I'm doing that bigger canola field. Sorry guys, got a yawn. It's 1:11 in the morning where I live. Oh man, I'm just barely not, looks like I'm not going to be able to catch all this field in one more pass. I'm going to have to do it in 2 passes. I may have to, well, maybe I can get it. We'll see. We'll let it turn around, and then I'll see if it looks like, if I reposition it just a little bit, will it catch all of it in one pass? Would be nice. Doesn't matter if it really doesn't. I've got to come back up to this other field anyway. Yeah, I think even if I reposition it just a touch, it's still going to leave a little strip. I'm just going to let it go. I'll reposition it once it turns around down at the other end. This will be a good place to show you why I reposition, and you may be familiar with it. You may have heard me explain it before in previous live streams, but I do not like for the helper to be dragging the equipment like this. I don't want them to bring the equipment down through here with it way out here in the grass like that. I don't like it. It looks dumb. Why would he be doing that? I like for it to have the equipment on the field side, even though it's overlapping work it's already done. I would rather it do that. It just looks more realistic, more natural for the equipment to be in the field, even if it's overlapping. Because I don't think in real life you would let most of your machinery hang out there in the grass like that. I think you would do it like this. Now we can just go straight across and send the helper again. And then we will reposition when we get to the other side. Now you can see on our game clock up there that it is 10 o'clock in the morning, but because it's November, when we did an overnight sleep so we could have these fields ready to harvest, we actually slept until 9 o'clock in the morning instead of 8. Just because it's a winter month, and sometimes I know, like it seems like I don't know that I've tested it on this map. We might do that. I might sleep until 8 o'clock the next time we sleep to go into December, just to see what happens on this map. Is it still dark at 8 o'clock? I know, like on No Man's Land, and I believe on Calm Lands, at 8 o'clock in the morning, in the winter months, December, January, stuff like that, it's still dark. But I can't remember on Elm Creek if that's a situation or not. So if I remember, I will, after we get all our soybeans harvested and replanted, we will sleep before we harvest any of our sunflowers that are ready to harvest. I'm not going to do a 2-day month because I actually want the soybeans, these soybean fields and the sunflower fields, to be ready on different days. I don't want everything to be ready on the same day. And maybe I can get stuff split up a little bit. Once I get the soybeans done, if I sleep into the next month. Last time I did not do that. I switched to a 2-day month. So I'm learning as we go along, guys. Because I shouldn't have done that. I should not have done how I did it. But in my mind, I was thinking, well, I've got all this stuff ready to go. But I actually can let the crop stay in the field for more than a month without harvesting it. I think all of them will, you can have at least 2 months. So this time we're gonna sleep until the next month before we actually harvest our sunflowers. And then maybe we can get it split up. So we're not having like 11 different fields all ready on the same day. Because we're not going to do that much work on the same day. It would take way too long for me to plant all that stuff, replant, harvest, and replant in one day. I would be doing like probably a 10-hour live stream. Well, maybe not. Maybe it wouldn't take 10 hours. It might take about 8 though, I would guess. I am thinking about harvesting our other 3 fields, getting the harvest completely done, so we can go sell those soybeans and see how much money we'll end up with. I think I may do it that way this time. When we go back over, because we got 3 fields over here beside us on the left back here behind us. We got to do, we got 3 fields to do. So I think I'm just going to harvest all 3 of those fields like I did for these 3 fields right here. I harvested them, then I did the fertilizer, and then I did the cultivating, and then I did the planting. What's this guy doing? He's blocked by an object. Yeah, it's called a farmhouse. And he should know he could back up. Sometimes I wonder, it's not that hard. Some of these things are things I'm hoping that the next iteration of this game addresses. Because it should be able to figure out how to get itself lined back out where it needs to be. And I don't know how they can improve on the graphics and stuff. So, as far as the programming software is concerned, the programming, you know, I don't see how they can improve on the graphics that much, so maybe the focus will be on some of it will go to helpers being able to do better calculations and stuff like that on where they need to be so that they can more easily navigate. And they have worked on that. I know, like on FS19, when we went from FS19 to FS22, they had worked on helpers, but some things with the helpers I think are not as good as they were in FS19. But you can assign a task to a helper. In FS22, you could not do that in FS19. So I think that part, that particular improvement is really good. Normally I would pull this equipment up before I drove it over here, but this time I'm not going to. It's just a short drive over here. And so I don't know that it's really necessary. But I don't like to just drive around with the thing unfolded. I don't think that would be done in real life. I don't think farmers would just drive all around with their equipment unfolded like that. But Now we'll let this guy finish. But what I was talking about, the helpers, is you can assign a task. You can tell the you can send a helper to, like I could take this tractor right here. I could tell a helper to take this tractor over to a different field on the other side of the map and harvest that field, or with this thing, plant that field with soybeans. I think you can do that. I know you can tell it to at least take it over there to that field and have it drive over there. I did do that one time. And it actually did work. A couple times it did not work. They couldn't figure out how to get over. They couldn't find their way over there, which was weird also. So hopefully some of those things are going to be addressed in the next iteration. Because like I said, graphically, I don't know how they could improve on the graphics. So I think I'm hoping that the main focus will be on the mechanics. But we'll have to wait and see. And that will not be for a while yet. If I remember correctly, FS22 was released, I think it was released like in November of that year. So I am thinking FS25 will be released in November. So we're, you know, a year and a half away from the next release, which is surprising to me. And of course they may release it early in the year too. I do not know. I thought it would be released this year, every 2 years. But because all the other iterations have been odd number years, you know, 19, 17, 15, and I'm not sure be even later back, but I'm not sure how far back it goes, but it's been like odd numbered years. I was surprised when the release didn't come in 2024. We went from 22 to 24, every 2 years. But I'm guessing that they want to get back into the odd numbers, which is weird because I don't know why they didn't just like skip FS21 and wait and go to 23 instead of doing an FS22, if the odd number thing is like their trademark kind of thing that they want to do. And I don't know that that's what it is. I just happened to see a YouTube video or something. I think I saw a YouTube video that said they were the next release would not be until 2025. So my guess is it's because they want that odd number. Gosh, I'm going to end up... Well, I can't really I'm not going to be able to reposition that. I'm going to have to do that one little strip. I think if I'd have repositioned to try to catch that outside little strip, I'd have ended up having a small thin strip on the inside here, so it doesn't really matter. Let's get turned around. Now see, it's real easy if you get going too fast to just, that pivot point, once you break that pivot point, you're not getting it back. It is not going to happen. Now, I don't have to be perfectly lined up here, guys. I just don't like to have a big portion of the tool overhanging out in the grass where it's not doing anything, or it doesn't look like it's doing anything. At least here it looks like it's planting what it's already planted, so it doesn't matter. Now we'll be able to get our harvester going. Ooh. We had trouble pulling up out of there for some reason. We're just going to put him back here. Yeah, I think it can stay right there. And we'll start harvesting again. We'll let it go back up to the top, and then we'll run a couple of headland rows the other direction by the road, just so the telephone poles aren't in our way. I'm sure the owner of that field over there appreciates us throwing our chaff in there. Now we can go this way. Can't hardly get in there to go this way at the very beginning of this field because, well, I guess I could just barely fit in there, couldn't I? But I can't see, and that makes it hard when you can't really see what you're doing. Trees are in the way. I wonder, could I cut that one tree down right there, just on the corner? I could do that. I could try to take those trees out right there. I don't really need to, though, because I can go like we just did, run the length of the field and then come back and catch this. Although I like to catch this on the first pass. Now what we're going to do right here, we're going to get rid of that guy and then rehire him. Or it actually hires a different one. Because I might as well catch both fields at the same time. The less times that your harvester or one of your tractors or whatever implement you're driving, as long as the less times it has to turn around, the faster you get things done. So I'm always like trying to consider what's going to allow me to make the least number of turns. And this is one thing that helps right here. It's just going ahead and doing these two headland rows at the same time. And I just eliminated like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 turns. So, you know, that may not seem like a lot, but over a period of time, turn it around 4 times, it can take as long to turn around as it can to just run the harvest the row, for example. Especially when you have like because the top speed on this harvester is only 12 miles an hour, but if I had a harvester with a top speed that was more than that, let me look at something. Let's look at something. Let's go to harvesters. And the harvester that we want is the Fendt. And top speed, what is our top speed? Does it tell us? 24 miles an hour. So it's twice as fast as this one. So that's really going to be harvesting at 24 miles an hour. Wow. That's going to be some fast harvesting. Had to get myself a drink of Coke Zero there, guys. Yeah, I think I like doing these fields one task at a time better than I do multitasking for this size field. Because I like to just go for the ride. If you've watched my other live streams, then you know I got arthritis in my hands. I can't hardly hold the controller for very long. It really starts making my hands hurt. So when I first started seeing videos on this game, and I realized you could put a helper in there and let them do the work for you, and you just assist if necessary. I was like, yeah, I gotta get this game. Plus I like the tycoon style games where you actually accumulate wealth. I can't play fighting games. There's no way. The arthritis in I can't move my hands, my fingers fast enough. I can't push the buttons fast enough. Now, one thing I want to do, I want to go ahead and get this truck and bring it over here. We're not ready for it just yet, but we will be. So I just want to have it sitting over here in the field, ready when we're needed. And I am hoping we get a full dump bed full of soybeans to go sell, which will be really nice. It'll put us up around the $1 million mark. Maybe. I don't know if it will or not. Actually, it might not. Well, yeah, it should. It should. So we'll see. I really do want to buy a bigger harvester. Actually, if we can, and I can buy a bigger harvester, well, we got to have two headers. We have to have the corn header, and then of course our regular header. If we have enough money. I don't know how much the harvester is going to cost once it's modified. Base game is $419,000. But modified is going to be more than that, you know, because I always put the biggest engine possible and stuff like that. So we might be looking at $600,000 just for the harvester. I can't remember. I bought one before, previously, not in FS22. Well, I take that back. I think I did buy one when I played Elm Creek previously. But I only played that on my PS4. Well, on my PS4. I don't have on PS5. I have not. But now I don't mind a little bit of overhang like this. That's why I did not reposition it this time. And that's actually going to work out pretty cool, ain't it? Because I am going to be able to drive right on this road over here. Because the pipe is going to come out on the left-hand side. So that is really cool that that's the first time that's ever worked out for me. I like that. That's aesthetically, that looks pretty cool. But just being able to drive down the road and empty my harvester. Now, by having the headland rows done over there, when we get down to the end of this field, we just hop over there and send him on his way. But when it gets down to that end down there where the trees are, we're going to do the same thing we did up on the top end up here. We're going to send them across the width of 2 fields. So we do want to ride along. But what I do want to do is, because this guy's going to put his pipe out, watch. When this guy goes past his truck, he's going to stick his pipe out. It won't have time to unload anything as it goes by. But it's going to put the pipe out just because the truck was there. It gets close enough, within a radius, the pipe comes out. But now, like I said, we're going to do the same thing down here. We're going to do both fields. We're going to do a headland row on both fields over here. Just like we did at the other end. On the other 2 fields. We're going to do the same thing here. That way, when we get over to that field, it's already done. We have less turns. Because we're eliminating the turns at this road. We won't have to turn here, we'll just turn at the other end. So we're eliminating a couple of turns. And all we had to do is wait until you could see that the harvester is getting ready to turn. Fire the helper, rehire the helper, and it takes off again. And then we'll let it turn around and come back, and we'll do the same thing. We'll fire a helper, hire a helper. Just like that, just that fast. Because the machine is going to roll on its own. Momentum is going to carry it far enough to where we don't actually have to drive it to cross the road. It's going to roll across the road. If we time it right. It worked out that time for us. If the timing is right, then we can do that again. We can just fire, hire. We're going to do it again right here, but we're not going to fire until it pulls out here. Fire, hire. There we go, see? And it got everything. Now I was thinking I might come take all the trees out on this side of that draining ditch. But by doing this, I don't really need to. And there we go. Now I will run a headland row at the top end of that field right there, because the edge of that building right there is in the way if I don't. But we'll do that when we get to it. Because actually, we want to start harvesting on the far side of that field and work our way back towards the farm. That's kind of how I like to do it. I don't always do it that way, but that's kind of like how I like to do it, because I'm working back towards the farm. But it doesn't matter. You know, there's no right way or wrong way. I'm hoping that I get enough sunflowers off of the fields across the road over there to actually fill up our oil mill. I don't know if I will, though. I don't know if I'll get that many. We're about maybe 1/3 full. Let's look and see where we're at with that. Productions. Right here, sunflowers. Yeah, see, we're about 1/3 full on sunflowers. We don't have to worry about canola. We got plenty of canola to get through several more months. We certainly want to make sure we don't run out. So at some point, I might want to do more than one field of canola. Well, I mean, eventually we will be, but I'm talking about before. Do I have canola in? Have I put any in the silo? Canola, yeah, I got 35,000 liters in there. Okay, good. So that's good. We have that reserve. So once I do the harvest on the next harvest of our canola field, if it doesn't completely fill the oil mill with canola, we've got that 35,000 liters sitting there that we can use to fill it up. I think my main goal was to actually get a dump truck full so I could sell it, but the priority is to have it for the oil mill if we need to. So we'll see. We're about, I think we need about 20,000 liters to fill that oil mill right now. So we may not be selling it, but we can if we want to. If we don't need it, we can sell it. That was my original, kind of like my original thinking of what I was going to do. And eventually we'll be able to do that. We'll be able to sell canola too. Canola sells for a pretty good price. If we look at it right here, we can just jump over here. We can get, what's the best we can get? $38.85 right now at the oil mill, which means but we can't sell it to the oil mill because we own the oil mill. So $38.43 at Feed Grain South. I need to learn how to use that train. Look, we get a lot more money for that. So at some point we may look at that. I'm not going to worry about the train right now. I've never used a train before. But Goldcrest is always going to be, they're always going to be paying the most. But it costs $1,000 an hour to rent the train. And I don't know how long it takes to get the Goldcrest. If it's like a short drive where, you know, it might cost me $1,000 to rent the train, but if you make You know, if you make $1 million, then you know, $1,000 is not really gonna. You're not gonna notice that. But I don't want it to cost a whole lot. I don't want to spend $10,000 trying to sell grain when I can just sell it locally. Now look at this park over here. Let me move just a little bit farther away or that pipe's going to come out. My dog is outside barking, and it's not because anybody's out there messing around the house. It's all cool. It just barks. Unfortunately, it's on a chain right now. It's still a puppy. It's a pit bull. Still a puppy, less than a year old, and it chews everything, destroys everything. I had a flower bed. It has totally destroyed it. Destroyed all my solar lights, everything, because I let it run loose. I had a doghouse built for it. Well, I didn't have it built. My neighbor and somebody else built a doghouse for the dog, and not because I told them to, but they built it. So we got a doghouse, is how I should say it, I guess. We got a doghouse for the pit bull, a big doghouse. I like it, but I didn't have any overhead shelter where I could put like the dog's food, because the dog eats dry dog food. So I had no place, no shelter where I could put the dog food, where the dog could be on a chain in the backyard where the doghouse is if it's raining. And it started raining. So I told my daughter, just let the dog loose, so we'll feed it on the porch. At least the dog food will stay dry. So that's what we started doing, but the dog has destroyed everything. Listen, I got a folding, what would be considered a lawn chair type thing, but nice, oversized, really nice chair. And that dog destroyed my chair. Didn't destroy the other one, but destroyed mine. Literally ate it. And I appreciate a dog that can be loyal, but not to the point of eating my chair and none of the others. It would sleep in my chair when it was on the porch, sleep in my chair, and eat my chair. I'm like, thanks a lot. So we will be starting the next field up on this end, because we're going to come back, we'll finish right here, and then we'll just start right there. But instead of going in the direction we're going now, we'll send it that way, and then run down that edge of the field and let it start working back and forth that way. So it's going to work out fine. We will reposition when we get down here though, because I do not want the helper to run the harvester out in the middle of this road, lane. I don't know what this is would actually be called. It's not really a road. It could be considered a dirt road, but it's not really a road. But I don't know on a farm what you would actually call that. I don't know if there's a specific term that farmers use for these pathways. So if anybody happens to know that, put it in the comment section down there so I can start learning more about the proper terminology for some of this kind of stuff that we're doing. I think most of it I kind of understand, but like I said, I don't know what you would call this area right here. I don't know that it would be called a road. I don't know how else to refer to it as, though. Doesn't seem like calling it a path. It's not really a footpath, but it could be considered a pathway or something. I don't know. Let's go this way. I need a little bit of extra room right for the corner of this building that we just passed. And when I do like when we do the planter, or the cedar rather, now I'm not going to turn around there and come back. I want to come down this side. And then we'll just let it run back and forth this way and work its way back towards the farm. Perfect. Now we'll just let it run. As this guy has enough work to do, I could go ahead and get the fertilizer spreader started and let it go ahead and fertilize the other two fields, and then I could get something else started. But when I start doing that, I want to keep doing that. So as soon as I set the fertilizer spreader down one pass, I would want to send the cultivator right behind it, and then send the seeder right behind it. And I end up getting too many things going on at one time and too spread out. So I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to one operation at a time. Except maybe like in the when we get down here, I've got everything going along, I may let the cultivator and the seeder run together, because it's only two pieces of equipment that I have to keep track of. Sorry guys. So I may do that, but I don't know if I will or not. I never used to do that. It wasn't until I was playing on Calm Lands on my PS4 that I had this big field that I made, and actually it was a potato field. So the first time I ever attempted having multiple operations going on in the same field was in a potato field, and I was actually able to have everything just progressing across that field, from harvesting, first fertilization, plowing, because at that time I was doing plowing, not cultivating, but plowing, and then planting and second fertilizing, all at the same time. And it was pretty cool. So I started kind of getting used to doing that. But then I tried doing it like up here on Elm Creek, where I'm spread out. It's one thing if you're working in a big field. Because like, if you've seen some of my Calm Lands, one of my Calm Land live streams was like 5 hours and 50 minutes. And that was one field. That's how long it took me just to do one field. And that's multitasking in that field. not doing it the way I'm doing these. Do one process to completion. It would have took a long time. And that's kind of how I got into doing the multitasking in one field. But these fields are not that big. So I don't really need to worry about that. On calm lands, I do need to do that, because even on calm lands that I have now, it was a soybean field that was where is my where are you? Almost facing the wrong direction. And I don't normally do that either, drive across the field like that, guys, but sometimes I make an exception. Whoops, almost went too far. Yeah, sometimes I will make it an exception. But most of the time I do not do that. I will drive around it, especially if the pipe is in the already harvested area. But it's not important. I got crop damage turned off, but I try to play it as though like it's turned on. But I know it's not, so it doesn't matter. Did I have soybeans? Yeah, 14,000. We may have to go pick that up, because I don't think we're going to have enough to fill that dump bed. And we want to sell everything we can. We need as much money as possible. I'd like to know how much a harvester would actually cost me, fully customized the way I want it. But I don't really feel like taking the time to do that now, knowing I'm not going to buy it right now, and then have to go back and take the time to go through it again. So I'm just going to wait until I'm ready to buy it. I think $1 million will be enough for me to buy what I need to buy. And I may try to buy, really I need 2 trailers also. I don't even know how much the trailer is. We can take a peek at that right quick. We can take a look at that, because we want this one 419,000. I want to look at combination. Oh, where's the trailer? Interesting. Maybe this comes with a trailer. That's not what we're buying, though. Why did it say? That's not the one we're going to buy. I want the 30-foot, not the 40-foot. I'm not sure why the 30-foot's not showing available, but we do want something like this right here. 9 meters. Wow, that's just strictly, that's 12 meters. Something is not, let me see, because we have, this one right here is, isn't there a wider one? No, I guess not. Well, that's, yeah, see, it'll work for this one. All right, but I don't know why there's not the trailer for it. Maybe it has a built-in trailer. I don't know. No, that one doesn't. That one will fold. Okay, so this one will fold, but where's my other header? Okay, that's the corn header. What is that one? 9 meters. That's 6 meters. Well, we got to have that one. And then we want the modded 30 foot. That's 40, 30 foot. We want the, well, I want the tool height adjusted. Tool height control. That's the one we want. And that one's 12 meters. But I want the 30 foot. Where is the 30 foot? Right there. That's the one I actually want right there. The 30 foot tool height control. 9.2 meters. Okay. I just got to remember what I'm doing when the time comes. Actually, I didn't even look at the price. It was what? Where'd it go? I got to find it again. The tool height adjusted. Fent. 30 foot. 52,000. Okay. It's very hard to drive around with that bigger header attached. So I do need a trailer for that header, for just a standard header. The corn header will fold. So I think I can drive it around, because the big header will not, you can't drive it down that road right there and get back to the farm because there's a bridge. It won't fit through the bridge. And it won't fit through like the gap in the trees across that bridge or anything like that. So you have to have a trailer. So I'm just hoping I got to figure out where the trailer comes from. But that might have I can't remember, but it might have the built-in trailer for the regular header. I'm guessing it does, because right quick, like if we look at this harvester right here, if we go to combination, let's back out. If we go right here and we go to combination, it shows the trailer in the list of things I can use. So apparently the other one has a built-in, look at this, one thin little row, and I cannot adjust it. I can't move it any. Can't reposition it because I'm right on the edge. So now I've got to make a complete run. Well, it is what it is. And now we'll catch that outer edge right there. And now we can go sell soybeans. Now that we are harvested. Let's just pull over this way. Let's put our pipe out. No, I do not think that this and the soybeans that we have in our silo will be enough to fill this. But I am hoping it'll be enough to get us to $1 million. I don't know if it will be or not. We're going to find out in just a minute. I'm just going to leave that sit there. We're going to go over here, and I'm just going to run across this field. I don't normally do that, but it's already harvested, so it doesn't matter. But I will try not to drive on the ones here that are already planted. They're growing. Although I have crop damage turned off. Where are we at? Is that only, well, we're 92, 93%. So at least, you know, we got basically full. 93%. Let's see, where are we going to sell these at? Soybeans. We are going to take, let's see, 6,500. Johnson's Farmers Market is the best place to go. So we're going to take it over there. Let's see what we got. We've been live streaming for about 2 hours now, guys. A little bit more than 2 hours. I started at midnight my time, and it's just about 10 after 2 in the morning where I live now. So. Ooh, easy, slow down. It's hard to believe that a dump truck can run 114 miles an hour. It sure is easy to get all squirrely in it. Let me get slowed down to a reasonable speed. There is a collectible right up there, guys. You can see on top of that weather vane up there in the clouds. There's a collectible up there. I have not figured out how to get it yet. I know I could get like a telehandler or something, but it would be nice if I could just find, let's see how much money we could make. If I could just find like a ladder that I could bring over here. We might hit $1 million, guys. We are going to hit $1 million. Look at that. Awesome. Wow, we made a lot of money. $664,000. We didn't even have a full truck. We had 93% full. Wow. Good deal. I think we should be okay to buy that harvester and the appropriate headers. So I think we will do that before we harvest our sunflowers. I think maybe at the very end of this episode we'll do that. We'll buy that new harvester. But we'll get these fields done first. Easy, easy, easy. Man, it's so easy to get going too fast in this thing. I think I'm just going to leave this sit right here because I'm going to need it back there. Actually, you know what? I don't even need to park this at the farm. I'll just park it over here because this is where I'm going to need it. We're going to need it over here for this part. Now, let's go get our harvester and get it ready. It's going to take a few minutes, guys. I got to drive over to where our corn header is at. I have to think for a second. It's a corn header, but it also is for sunflowers. So I want to call it a sunflower header. And I suppose you probably could call it a sunflower header. It is used for sunflower. Uh-oh, I hope I don't have my tractor in the way. I might have my tractor in the way. I do have my tractor in the way. Can I get through here? Nope. Okay, well, that's a bummer. Oh, I can't even get through here. Oh my goodness, I can't even walk through there. Can't jump over the bridge or anything. My goodness. Alright, now I can get through here. Back this thing up a little bit. Wow. Alright. We'll go pick up our other header. Let's see, where should I drop this header? The next stuff that's going to be done is going to be done down at the other end. So I could just drop this over where our corn header's at. Very soon, this will be staying up here at the farm. So I will not have to keep doing this. In fact, this will probably be the last time I actually do have to do this. Because we'll have the other header that we're going to be using it. We'll have two headers that we're going to be using at the far end. So then I only have to be able to use this on these fields and the one that you can see right at the top of the screen. That's also ours. But I'll be able to keep all the equipment at the farm, and we'll just drive down to this field right here when we need to. So I can just drop this off right here like this. It's fine. And our corn header is right over here. I'm just setting things up for the next episode, guys, really. Because I'm going to be doing we're going to be harvesting sunflowers down here on this end. So I'm just going to go ahead and take the harvester down here. And this is the slowest moving vehicle we have. The truck is too fast, the harvester is too slow. Never happy, never satisfied. But in real life I am. Okay, so now we are ready to fertilize. So let's just see. Yep. Let's try to drive straight across here if we can. It'd be nice if I was somewhat straight. Because this is why. I just want to be able to go straight across. Crash. By the time I could work the buttons to turn it off, I've done crashed into the building. Let's see, I need to be over a little bit more, I think. About like this, maybe. Yep. Good. I don't know why I started on the field that's in the middle. I should have started over there. That's funny. Drive down into the creek. Let's go this way. Let's go get this field over here. Maybe about like that. Yep, there we go. Now normally I like to run my equipment lengthwise in the field on the longest pass. But for this field right here, it's not really going to matter. Because I end up making as many passes no matter which direction I go. On this other field over here, the one in the center, I like working long ways. And like I said, it just eliminates the number of turns that I have to make. I really like the way the driver he just cruises right on out into the middle of the field. Now, we got rid of the helper there, and then we will just narrow down the width of our fertilizer spreader. So we're not wasting quite as much. I think we'll end up having to do the same thing over here, because I don't think we can, I don't think I can cover this whole thing. Actually, I can. It will work. So we'll move, because I had enough overlap. Yeah, good. So 2 passes. I probably won't remember that. It'd be nice if I could. That way I know I just need to make 2 passes in this field, and I can have the entire thing covered. Back up, back up, back up just a little bit. Good enough. I don't mind that one little tiny spot down there. That's not going to hurt us none. Let's see, what about right here? Actually, we can go a little bit. Yeah, let's go a little bit farther. Come on. Catch that part. There. That's better. I never really can tell by looking at the field exactly how far away from the edge I need to be. Now it's going to overlap on the outside of this field over here. I'm not too concerned about that. So yeah, 2 passes takes care of this field. You're not finished. Why do you tell me you're finished? I might as well reposition if it's going to do me that way. We'll just let it overlap a little bit on both ends. Or both sides, rather. Very good. I know the owner of that field appreciates us driving right out into the middle of it like that. Where is this going to be needed next? Over this way. So we'll just take it back this way and across the road. Well, I kind of have to just stay parked like back here because I'm going to be in the way. All right, cultivator. We're going to do the same thing here, guys. We're going to go down and back across both fields. And then the telephone poles will not be in our way. If we don't, they will be. And we'll just let this guy cross. And then we do have to drive it across the road on this one. It does not have the momentum to roll across the harvester because it's running at 12 miles an hour and not 5 or 6 or so. it has more momentum, so it would actually roll across the road. This one will not. Now we'll let this guy turn around and go back the other way. We'll do the same thing. We'll cross over the middle of the road there. And then once I get this guy started down the other way, what I may do is bring the seeder down one time, just to have the one time. I mean, it's not really critical that I meant to fire that guy, and I forgot to do it. I was trying to drive across the road without firing the guy, and I was wondering why I couldn't get across the road, because I forgot to fire the guy first. Now we'll go this way. I'll get this guy started this way. And then I am going to start this guy. I'm just going to take him one pass. One pass on this end right here. Now let's go slow, take our time, backing up over here. All right. So we're just going to take one pass across both fields, and then after we get through cultivating, we will do a second headland row coming back this way. But we might as well go ahead and do the first one now. So we're going to fire the helper, drive across the road, and hire another helper. And then we'll let the helper get it turned around, and then we'll fire him until we're ready to go use the seeder some more. I don't want to do it yet. I don't want to do the second row that close to where the cultivator's working. I'm just going to let it turn around, and then I'm just going to back up with it. Actually, I don't even need to let it turn around. It doesn't matter. I'll position it where I want it later. We'll just leave it parked right here. Actually, I should back up just a little bit. I'm a little close to that field. There, because I got to run it. I'll just make sure I stay out of the way of the cultivator and everything. All right. Now we can let this guy just do its thing. See, if I did that second row, I'm afraid the cultivator would actually go across what we already planted. Because it was doing that on, I think it was on Calmlands. Was it Calmlands? Yeah. On one of my fields I was working on, it kept cultivating across what I'd already planted because I was just trying to do too many things at one time. And in these smaller fields, I just as soon let one thing finish and then we'll do the next one. So I could go ahead and start that cedar down here. But I really don't want to do that because when I finish these fields, we're going to go buy our new harvester, and then that will be the end of this episode. And then I will do the sunflower seeds across the road behind us in the next episode. We got 4 fields over there. We'll do those 4 fields. And that will be one episode, I think. That's what I'm thinking right now. Actually, because we're going to be harvesting that a lot quicker in the next episode. We'll see. Well, I may decide to go ahead and do that in this one, but it will make this one a very long episode. Depends on how tired I am by the time we get done and what time it is, because it's going to be about 4 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, I got to tell you, I think I will, regardless, once I get these fields planted, we will go buy a new harvester. But we're not going to do the sunflowers until the next episode, because I just got to thinking, oh no, maybe I can do that. I was thinking my grandchildren will be home tomorrow, but they won't. Tomorrow, it's Friday, so they have school today. So I can actually sleep for a while during the day while they're at school. Tomorrow night, if I do a live stream tomorrow night, Friday night, I can't stay up all night. If I start early enough, I can still probably live stream for, 4 hours, 4.5 hours, something like that. I like, to be honest, I like doing like 4-hour live streams. I think they're fun. Let's drive down here, because we've got to do this, and let's go across both of these fields, and we'll let it come back. So we'll go down and back. And then we'll go up to the top. And we can only do this field but we'll get, on this end down here, we can go across both fields. I just imagine these helpers aren't too happy about being able to drive the width of one field and then they get fired. I'm surprised they keep coming back and working for me. Of course, it's a different driver. That I don't know how many they have, but they have different drivers. So I should have just let it turn around. I forgot what I was doing. I just saw it at the end of the field and fired him. We were talking about firing helpers. But I always just pretend like it's the same helper that gets put back in it. But it's really not. You have helper A, helper B, helper C, helper D, and I don't know how many there are. And it just cycles through them. I just pretend like it's the same helper, the same person. The game doesn't recognize it as the same person, but I do. Because I don't. Let's look here. We can get out here, and we can cause this tractor to stop, and then we can look. Okay, see, so that is a male driver. They're not always male drivers, though. They could be a female driver. And that's why we don't look, because now watch. Let's hire the helper, and then let's get out and let's see who's driving. Okay, it is another male driver, but it could be a female driver. But as you can see, it was a different character. But I don't think about that in my mind when I fire one and rehire it, even though technically that is what's happening. And I do realize it's, like I said, that I'm surprised the helpers will keep coming back and working for me again, because I let them drive the width of one field and then fire it. And then hire another helper. See, worker B. Now watch. It's going to be worker C that's in here now. Let's look and see who helper C is. Another male driver. There are, see, worker C. So they're different drivers. And at least one of the characters is female. So even though I know when I fire somebody and then rehire them a couple seconds later, it's actually hiring a different helper that's cycling through. But I don't really look at it like that. Sorry guys, I had to yawn. It is 2:39 in the morning where I live. So we have been live streaming for 2 hours and 40 minutes at this point. I suppose while this guy is harvesting in this field, let's go over here and let's buy our Fendt harvester. But I don't want tracks. That's the thing. See, I'm not wanting to track. So that's not the one I want. I want, because I want there's one of them that has this one. I don't want the track. But what's the working? Oh my goodness, look here. Now wait a minute. I want one with the wheels, but I need 17,100 capacity. Like that one right there, but that has a track on it, not this one right here. Well, this one's cheaper. Here's one that's, there we go. That's the one I want. And it's how much? Yeah, 419. Okay, that's the one I want. So I'm just looking at what's the difference. Okay, yeah, that changes the capacity. So that's the full capacity. I like Trelleborg tires, standard, crawler, no, wide tires will be good. Fent, steering wheel, doesn't matter. Tablet, yes. Oh my gosh, look at our money. Warning signs, all warning signs. Main color, here we go. Okay. Seats, black leather. Rim color, I don't really like that Fent violet. Let's see what else. Do we have black? Just black. Fent black. And let's go back up here. Whoops. Let's go back up here. And do we have like a Fent black? No. I don't know that I like that violet. I like purple. Purple is my favorite color, but I'm not sure I like that look. I don't like that either, but maybe a darker one. Okay, that's going to be okay for this piece of equipment. I'm okay with that. So we have $609,000. Let's buy it. Okay, now let's get back out here to where we're at. Here we go. Okay, so now we can go to header. We want the modded. Tool height control, 30 foot. Yeah, bye. Okay. Whoops. And then we go to corn header. And we want to come down here like this. 9 meters. Tool height control. We don't have a choice in color. I had one before. Well, never mind. There was one I had done, like this one, but this is not the tool height. But this one I can change the color. What's the working speed? It doesn't say what the working speed is. This one I like because I can change the color, but We're just going to have to go back with this one down here. Tool height control. Buy it. Okay, well, it is what it is. So now we have $14,000 left, or $514,000. I thought that was a dollar sign, but it's actually a 5. I was going to say, oh my goodness, we spent that much money? $14,000 left. I spent $1,200,000. No. So I didn't really need to wait until the end to buy that. Let's go see if we can find it in our rotation. There it is. Let's get backed up here. Now, you know what? There's no trailer. This thing is going to be very, very difficult to maneuver. Actually, this can stay over here. I need sunflower. I don't need this right now. I'm just going to, I want it on this side of the road. Well, it doesn't matter. I can put it on this side of the road. This is where we're going to be using it. Let's just take it to where we're going to use it at. In fact, let's just leave it sit here. We'll come get it when we want it. I need the other header. That's what I really need, because that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be doing sunflowers. So we can leave that one sit there. I won't have to take this across the bridge. If I do have to, I can fold it up. One thing I want to look at, because we have this one, but this one right here is not the one I was thinking about. This is the one. What's the working speed? Working speed is 6 miles per hour. So that is not what we want. And that one does not have, that's really interesting. That one right there, but it's not, how come we don't have that one with the tool height? See, that's unfortunate that we don't also get the tool height. See, that's kind of a bummer. Because this is not the ideal one that I wanted. I wanted a different one where I could change the color of that header from red to purple, since purple is my favorite color, but it's okay. Our other corn header is red, so at least we've got continuity in that regard. We're just going to park this over here, because this is where we'll be using it. I don't know why. I got my other harvester down here. Okay, now that guy's finished there. So let's go this way. I'm glad I'm still above $500,000, guys. Because I really kind of want to play at this point if I can. Hopefully it won't cost us a whole lot more to get this stuff finished. Where we have a $5,000 minimum balance in our bank. I want to fire that guy and come this way. And then when we get down to the end, we will fire this guy and go back the other way, the other direction. And then we'll let it run. And now we'll let it run until it finishes. Yeah, I almost fired that guy. I get used to doing that at the end of a row so I can change directions. And I almost fired that guy, and I didn't need to change directions. He's going to work back and forth now. I'm waiting to see this thing flip over to 3 hours on the live stream. Looks like we probably have about another 5 minutes, and we'll hit the 3 hour mark, somewhere around five minutes. While we're waiting for that, I'm gonna I need to go take care of something right quick. I'm gonna let you guys ride along, and I'll be right back. Okay guys, I'm back. I needed to go take care of something right quick. At 3 o'clock in the morning, and it is 3 o'clock in the morning where I live. And we just now turned over 3 hour live stream. And we probably have about an hour to go. I'm guessing around an hour. By the time we get through getting all 3 fields planted. Our seeder is a little bit smaller, operates a little bit slower. So I'm just guessing another hour. It might be less than that. It might be more than that for the 3 fields. But these are not super big fields. last pass for the cultivator. And then we'll just take it up and park it by the road someplace, because we're going to be using it across the road in our sunflowers. But not for a while. We won't be ready for it for a little while. We will harvest pretty quick now that we have that much bigger and faster harvester. So we're just going to park up here. We'll just park out here on the road. Yeah, it can just stay right there. I'm quite okay with that. Maybe I can line up just a little bit better. There we go. Oh, no. I may have to reposition. I might leave a little thin strip right here. I didn't realize. Yep. I did not realize. There we go. What again? Come on. My very original position was probably the most accurate. I should have just left it where I had it. So now a bunch of people have been fired just to get that one row across there. Now we're up to worker I. So we're on worker J. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they're going to appreciate me, aren't they? And there goes another worker. Worker I has stopped. Yeah, because worker I got fired. That's what happens. But that's all right. We have worker J in there now. And worker J will not be in here for long either. Well, actually, worker J might be able to finish this field up until the very last pass. That's right. Drive out in the other field. See, I wish the helpers were different mechanically, but I'm pretty sure that's difficult to program into the software. And I do not know how to do that type of programming. I have done a little bit of programming, HTML stuff for websites. But there's like a programming language now called Python, or maybe it's just a program called Python. I've never used it before. I'd kind of like to. The first computer programming I ever did was in Q Basic, and you still had to assign line numbers. And then I got into doing some HTML. I never really learned Java and that kind of stuff, so I couldn't do advanced website stuff. But you know what? I had a lot of fun teaching HTML to people online, and I used to do that. Simple stuff. I would teach people how to make a web page that just said "Hello World" and stuff like that, just to show them that they actually could do computer programming, even though they thought they could not. I've shown several people just through a chat room how to use HTML to write a simple little web page that they did not know they could do. And I would tell them, yes, you can. You can do computer programming. They'd be like, no, I don't know how to do computer programming. I said, well, you may not know it, but you can do it. And and people think, no, that's far beyond me. I can't learn how to do that stuff. So I would just have them do a simple "Hello World" web page, just to show them you can do it. And people were really surprised when they when they would do what I showed them to do, and they would see they really could make a web page that said "Hello World." So that was a lot of fun doing that. Oh, I'm starting to get tired, guys. I'm running out of things to talk about. I can always tell that when I start getting quiet, and I realize that, I'm getting quiet, I'm not saying anything, I just realized also, I need to like my own video. Bam, like. So I have one like. Oh my gosh. Well, if you hear banging in the microphone, guys, that's my grandson upstairs in his room at 3:12 in the morning. And he has school tomorrow. Or today, I should say. A little bit later this morning. Yeah, I said this is probably going to take about an hour. It's probably going to be close to it. And then I think at the end of this episode I will sleep until the next month. I want to get to where I have things going. I don't want to have all these fields that need to be harvested on the same day, or because we're on 1 day months during the same month. I want it split up more. I mean, I like the idea of having the soybean fields all in the same time, and then having the sunflowers all on the same time. So I will sleep until the next day, and hopefully nothing else will be ready. So only the sunflowers will be ready for the next month. I'll have to look though. I'll have to look on the map once I do sleep until the next day, just to see. Eventually, I'll get it all figured out. And there still might be times when they're all going to be ready at the same time, because each crop has a different growing length. You know what I mean? It takes a different length of time for it to be ready to harvest. So because they're different lengths of time, eventually they're going to catch up to one another. But I don't want it to always be that I have all these fields all need to be done in the same month. So the best thing for me to do is when I get finished with this is just sleep until the next month before I do the sunflowers. Because they're not going to wither. They'll be fine for a month. Now we will take control at the end of this row and reposition so that our cedar runs in the field, not out up on the road. And I really don't want to go out in my neighbor's field. Eventually that will be our field. But I really don't want to run out into my neighbor's field. The helper would. If it was the helper wouldn't really care. But I do. Now, I'm sure at some point you'll see me pull out into the neighbor's field because it's just easier to do, and I get lazy. As the player, I get lazy, and I'll just do it anyway, even though, generally speaking, I don't like to do that. But there are occasions when I will, because it's not going to hurt nothing. But for realism, I try not to do that. Try, by the way, if you really don't know this, the word try is an excuse for failure. Not everybody may agree with that, but you know the expression, if at first you don't succeed, try, try, try again. So when do you stop trying? Once you've succeeded. So I don't use the word try a whole lot. I certainly don't use it without the understanding that try, or to try, leaves me room to fail. And I don't particularly like that, so I don't use that word a whole lot. There are times when I feel like that word is appropriate, because I may not accomplish what I'm wanting to. So I'm okay with using the word try, because I realize I may not accomplish what I'm wanting to accomplish. But for the most part, I do not use that word. Now we will go across the bottom of both of these fields. And we'll come back to this point over here. And then we will change direction. We are going to have to fire this guy, drive across the road, hire a new helper. But it keeps us away from this ditch line over here. Because as you could see, when we made that pass on the far end of that field right there coming down, it wouldn't quite reach the end. So these headland rows, at least one, you got to do at least one. But because I'm working on the other field, I might as well just let this guy turn around and go back, and then I'll cross the road and we'll get back down to our working point where we're actually want to be working from. Because when I come to this field over here, depending on which end, it all depends on how the other field finishes. Which, if I'm up on that end, then I'll run the headland row across the top and come down this side and let them work across the field from this side over to the center over there. Otherwise, if I start down on this end, I will just start right there on this end up here where the grass is here and send it up the other way. And then do a headland row across the top side. So we'll just have to see where it ends up. I haven't done it enough times to where I actually know where it's going to be. But either way, our goal is to get our headland row. So whether we do a headland row at the top side up there, over there, if we do a headland row up there first, or if we go up the side first. That's all that it's going to determine is which we do first. Now we can just let this guy run. Oh, run over a bunch of birds. I don't know why they don't move before you run over them. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I think if I was a crow sitting in a field and a tractor was coming at me, I would move. Now, I think our next objective, as far as purchasing is concerned, is we need to look at more fields. As far as production lines, we want the grain mill and the bakery, but we're not ready for that yet. We need to collect a lot of grain. I want to do soybeans this round, and then I want to do like wheat, barley, and oats over here. But every once in a while, I need to use soybeans as the cash crop. I don't have like any place, like for example, let's look here. Let's go up here and let's look. Look at these fields over here. Or even this field. This field is $300 and some thousand, I think. Yep, $364,000 for this field. If we come over here, 140,000, 180,000. And 118,000. So these could turn into soybean fields, and then I can use these fields right here for wheat, barley, oats. But this over here, what is this? How much is this one? 510,000. Oh my gosh. 313, 226, and 391. So a lot of money to buy these fields. This section right here would be really good for like just doing arable crops. Of course, this one is one we want to do also. I think that's it. Yep. We want to do, and it's a $600,000 field. So there are some places we want to go to, but we need lots and lots of money. So soybeans are really crucial. In fact, I think maybe after I harvest sunflowers, I will replant soybeans in those fields as well. We really want to get us a lot of soybeans going on. even on when we do these fields after the next harvest, I may plant these in soybeans too, just because we need a lot of soybeans, a lot of money. Uh, I really want to buy this field. It has wheat in it. It's a wheat field, or at least that's what's in it right now. So I really do want to buy that field. How much was it? $364. So I could buy it. And we do everything in soybeans. So I may do that. Let's look at something right quick. Ready to harvest. This one's going to be ready to harvest. When I sleep until next month, wow, it will be ready to harvest. And it's wheat. I might have to buy it just so I can harvest the wheat. And one thing you can do too, guys, you can buy a field, harvest it, and then sell it and get your money back if you want to do that. Or at least I've heard that in videos that I've watched. You can buy a field that's ready to harvest the crop out of it, go sell the crop, and then sell the field back, and you get the same amount of money back as you paid for the field. That's my understanding. We might have to experiment with that at some point and see if it really works out that way. But I'm sure I saw that in another video that I watched. And that's really cool because you can just get the crop and get the money for the crop and then get your money for the field back so you don't lose any money. It's a good way to just gain some money if you don't really want to buy the field. Because, like, for example, like, if I just want the crop, I might not want to buy any of these fields up here, which I will because there's a grain mill right there. So this would be another good section. At least some of these bigger fields, maybe this one, this one, this one, and this one, would all be good to do, like, just start rotating between wheat, barley, oats, and sorghum. But if I didn't want to, let's say this had a crop in it, I wonder what crop is actually in it. It's kind of a light yellow, so maybe that's wheat. This looks like it might be corn, sunflowers, but this right here looks like that might be wheat. What is this then? Yeah, wheat. So that's wheat, and that's wheat. That's awesome. See? That would be a great field to have. And it's not ready to harvest yet. How much is this field? Well, 429,000, but it's a nice big field. And it's right up there close to the grain mill. So what I was going to say was, you could buy this field when it's ready to harvest it, and just get the grain off of it, and then resell it back. Because you take the grain, throw it over here, turn it into flour, which you get paid for the flour. You're going to send it to your bakery, make bread. So you can do it that way. You don't actually have to lose money. You can just buy the field, harvest it, collect the grain, and then sell the field back. So we may experiment with maybe a small field. When we're ready to experiment, we may try, like, This field right here. This is a little tiny field. Oh, but this is all one big section. Darn. Ooh. 224,000. We may have to drive over there because it looks like there's a farm over there. What is a small field that we might be able to look at? How about this one? Like over here. How much would that field cost? Oh, you get both of those. So nothing is going to be cheap over here, guys. And I'm not finding stuff that's like close to home. Here's one, $56,000. 49,000. So we might buy this field. No, but I don't even know what is actually growing in that field. It's pink sugar beet. See, so I cannot. That's not a good field to experiment in because I don't have any way to harvest the sugar beets. We need an arable crop, a field with an arable crop, or corn, or something that we can experiment in. But we will at some point experiment. We'll buy a field, we'll harvest it, and then we'll sell it. I don't even know how to sell a field, quite honest. Let's see. If I own this field, and then I want to select this field, I can sell it. Okay, yeah. Sell it for $114,000. I think I paid more than that for it. I can't remember. So I don't know. So maybe you can't sell it back and sell it back for the same amount of money. But it would be worth an experiment to find out. And that may be on FS19 is where I saw the video, maybe. And that may have changed for FS22. They may have changed the way that works, but I really did think that you could buy the field, harvest it, and sell it back for the same amount of money. And that could be possible. I don't know how much I paid for this field. I don't remember. And that may not matter anyway, because I'm not going to be doing that. It would be interesting to do as an experiment. Just to see if it works that way. But in general practice, I would not do that. If I buy a field, I'm going to keep it and I'm going to start working it. It's like leasing equipment. I don't lease equipment. If I need to get something because I need to use it, I just buy it. I think I did lease. I think I leased something one time. Again, only as an kind of like experimental. And I only used it for a few minutes, and then I took it back. Or yeah, I can't even remember what it was. But it was kind of an experimental kind of thing. Sorry, guys. So it looks like we've got 2 more passes. It looks like we will be finishing at the top end of this field here beside us. So what we will do, because we're going to be finishing up here. So we will start right here and we will go across down that way to the far end, and then we'll run down along beside the railroad tracks and work our way back towards the farmhouse. Of course, after we get to the end of this next pass, we'll take control and reposition the cedar. For the same reason that we always do. And that's because I don't like for the equipment to be overhanging the edge of the field. I prefer it to overlap what I've already done in the field. And as you can see, our cedar would be way out in the grass if we don't reposition. As that's just me, that's just my personal preference. It doesn't matter, you can let it run and it's going to do the same job. I don't know if it will cause more damage if you're dragging your equipment through the gravel like out in that road and stuff. I don't know if that will actually create more damage. But I just don't like the aesthetics of it. It doesn't look cool. So I don't do it. I will occasionally do it. So anytime I say that, you know, I don't like to do that and I don't like to do this, it doesn't mean I don't ever do it. It just means I tend not to, because I really don't like doing it, but in a pinch I will. Because it's not going to hurt, it's not going to change anything. It's not going to hurt the game. The game doesn't care whether I do it, some things or not. Hello, welcome, or welcome back, whichever the case may be. We just about finished up this field, and then we've got one more to finish planting. We did a couple of headland rows down there already. We'll have this field finished right here. And then I think we may buy another field. We're going to be out of money. We're going to be almost broke by the time we're done. And we're getting ourselves set up. We're almost set up. I do want to buy, I'm pretty sure I want to buy this other field. But we'll take a look at that here in a minute. Well, not in a minute, but we want to come back over here. And we're going to go this way. Yeah, about like that. That just brings us out a little bit away from the corner of this building right here. We should be able to complete a row when we come up into here now. And then we're going to take control right down on this end and send it down that way. There we go. And now we'll just let it run. And I believe my estimate of it taking another hour to finish is going to be just about right. It's going to be very close. We're going to finish this field, and then, like I said, I might buy another field. We're going to go sleep for a day, and then I'll decide whether I'm going to buy it or not. Reason being, this field over here, this field right here, we don't own it yet, but if we look at this field is one stage away from being ready to harvest. And it is, as best I can tell, a wheat field. So we can buy it and harvest the wheat instead of buying after it's already been harvested, because we can buy it for the same price either way. So we might as well buy it while it has grain ready to harvest. And it's going to be $364,000. So it's going to leave us pretty much broke. But it doesn't matter. I've got soybeans in the ground once we plant here. So, you know, we sleep a few days, we get a bunch of soybeans. But what we're going to do, we're going to harvest our sunflowers into next episode. And we will harvest that wheat field. And then we'll plant soybeans in all of that. So we can make a whole bunch of money, like on our next harvest, because we're going to have a bunch of soybean fields. And I think even these two fields here, I'm going to do with soybeans after we harvest our sunflowers and our canola. We'll plant soybeans here in both of these fields also, just so we can make a bunch of money. So I'm not too worried about spending most of our money. We can always take out a loan if we have to also, but we shouldn't have to. We have all the equipment we need. We've already bought the harvester. And yes, I did go ahead and buy the new harvester already. Instead of waiting until the end of the episode, I went ahead and bought it. There it is. That's awesome. And it's going to be fast. Whoa. Oh, I'm in the... I did not realize I was in that vehicle. I thought I was in the other vehicle. Doesn't matter. I thought I was in this thing. I am in this thing. Well, how did I get in that one? Weird. Now, just how did I end up getting in this thing? I guess I'm in that thing now. Okay, now I'm in that. Weird. That was weird. Oh well. But yeah, so we spent a big bunch of money on our harvester, but it's going to be so much faster. Harvesting is going to be so much faster. I'll probably use the bigger harvester even in these fields over here, because I can get to them. By coming in over this way. The thing about the header that we have, the corn header will, no, The corn header does not fold. Not the one we, or does it? Yeah, this one, it does fold. So we can fit through that bridge down there. But we can get through it from the other end, I think. But yeah, so this one will fold. We can cross that bridge and do those fields down there also with this harvester. But no, I can't, because the other header does not fold. So that's going to be interesting. I will unfold it and have it ready. Stop. Oh my goodness. I think because I hit the hire a helper button. That's why it unfolded. The helper unfolded it. Not exactly what I wanted to do. Thankfully I got it stopped in time. I need to separate those, I need to move the harvester and the tractor and get them a little bit away from each other so I can actually tell what vehicle I'm in when I pop into it. They were kind of close together there. I thought I was in the harvester, and I actually was in that tractor with the planter behind it. It is 10 minutes till 4 in the morning, and I can hear my grandson up there in his room, running around in his room, banging around on the floor and stuff. And he has school in the morning. He's not going to want to get up and go to school. I think he probably fell asleep kind of early last night, earlier than normal, and he took a nap, and then he didn't want to go to bed, so he was still up at midnight. And then I think he fell asleep for a little while, and now he's awake again. One thing I need to do while we're, and the reason I'm going to do it now is just because I happen to be thinking about it. I want to change this from sunflowers to soybeans. That way I won't forget to change it and won't forget what I'm going to be doing, because we're planting everything in soybeans on this rotation. Just because we want to make a bunch of money back. Or we spend a bunch of money, we want to get it back, and soybeans is the way you do it. So we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, no, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 fields of soybeans for this next rotation. We'll have a total of 14 fields of soybeans. That should get us a pretty big chunk of money. Of course, that will be spread out over at least a couple of different live streams, maybe 3, but one rotation. And that's how we're going to do things. Every once in a while, we'll just do everything in soybeans so we can make just a huge amount of money. Because we want to buy more than one harvester like the one we just bought, that big black one. I actually want more than one of those. And then, like, some of these fields are super expensive. Like, look at this field. $429,000. And that's a good field. Whoops. That's a good field because right here, where is the, wait a minute. The grain mill is up here. So we want this field, and it's 600,000. So that's 600,000, and that's 429. So we're looking at over $1 million just for these 2 fields. And that's a nice big field. So it'd be good to be a wheat, barley, oats, sorghum to supply the grain mill, which is right there. And then we can even get these fields here too. And I don't know if we get these small ones. But maybe these 2. Oh yeah, because that all, ooh, how much is that? $700,000. Whoo! Okay, I didn't realize all that was going to be one thing. But we get both of those fields. So if we end up with these right here and this one, that would be pretty good. Okay, well, interesting. Wow, $700,000 for a field. Wow. That's why we do a bunch of soybeans. That is why we do everything in soybeans every once in a while, just so we can make a bunch of money because we need it. But we're going to go sleep after we get this done. We're going to sleep until the next day, which will take us into December. And hopefully, when I do that, this field will be this. I didn't need to go that. I need to go this way. We'll be. I think this one's going to be ready to harvest in the next month. So will these, but we're not going to buy those yet. But this one, so that way we have these 4 plus this one. And this one will be, I'm sure it's going to be ready to harvest once we sleep. But we'll sleep and make sure. If it is, then we'll buy it. If it isn't, we will not buy it. Not yet. But I'm sure it will be, so we'll buy it. But we'll go sleep first and double check just to make sure it is. And it'll leave us pretty close to broke, but that'll be okay. Like I said, we're going to be getting it all back just by planting soybeans in all these fields, including the one we're going to buy. Now, the interesting thing would be to buy this field. It's $364,000, and just harvest it by itself and go sell it and see how much our soybeans just off of this one field is actually worth. If we get $365,000, then one harvest paid for the field. But I don't know if I'll go through the trouble of doing that. I might do it at some point. It would be kind of interesting to see just how much money we got off of one crop on that field. See if one rotation actually paid for itself. But I probably don't want to take the time to do that. But I might, because I am curious. So that might be the way I start on the next harvest of soybeans over on that section of the map, is just to do that one field and go ahead and go sell it and just see if we actually get all our money back or how much we do get. We may see that it's a well worthwhile investment. But even if it took a couple of rotations, it doesn't matter. Eventually, it is going to pay for itself. Okay, now, I don't really need to take control of this one, because I don't mind if the equipment runs out of bounds or off the edge of the field just a little bit. I don't mind it if it's a little bit. If it's a lot, I don't want it. And this actually looks like it's going to be pretty close to, so you just have just a little tiny bit hanging over the edge, but it looks close to that. Actually, it looks like it's right on the edge, so that's good. That's actually very good. And we are just now hitting a 4-hour live stream. One thing I might do, guys, I just got to thinking, maybe we go do one more field. What if we do that wheat field? What if I buy that wheat field? We check out, well, I have to go down and get my, we can fold this up now. We're going to be planting soybeans. We can plant soybeans with the bigger planter. So we don't need this. We'll take it back to the farm. Because we will not be using it again until we're back on the farm here. We'll be using the bigger one, the planter, instead of the seeder. So for now, we'll just bring this over here like this. It's fine. We'll just leave it sit right here. Now, we want to go sleep until the next day. I'm going to do this though first. Save. Just because I have everything. My original plan was done. And we have crossed the 4. It took me right at 1 hour from the time I said it would take me 1 hour to plant the soybeans in those 3 fields that we just finished. I said I thought it would take us an hour. It took exactly 1 hour. So we're going to sleep. Today's November, December. We'll sleep until Let's sleep until 8 and see how it works on this map. If it's dark or daylight at 8. Oh, got some snow. See, at 8 o'clock, it's still, plus it's snowing. We can look at our map, though, and make sure, yeah, see, it's ready to harvest. So we can buy this field. We should buy this field. We're going to buy it. Okay, now we got $185,000 left. It's snowing. So while it's snowing, let's go get our let's get in here. It's still dark. We'll speed the clock up a little bit. Let's just put this right here like this. We've got to go get all the way down to the shop and get our other header and bring it up to this end of the field, this end of the map where we're working. Thankfully, this runs a little bit faster than our other harvester. Eventually, we will want to buy another harvester like this one. No. I saw that header back there, and I'm like, oh, did I just pass up our header? But I'm pretty sure I left our header at the dealership. I'm pretty sure that's where I left it. I see it sitting over there. Now the problem with this header is you can't fold it up. And I could not find a trailer for it. Which is interesting. I don't know why I could not find a trailer for this header. Which one is it? The 30-foot? Now there's the trailer. But I want to check something, because this is not the modified 30-foot. We want the modded 30-foot, the Fendt. .30-foot tool height combination. There's the trailer. So we do need the trailer. Spare wheel, why not? Chassis color. Now we can do something fun here. We can go purple. Extension color, we'll go purple like that, and then we'll go rim color, Valtra. Yeah, cool. That'll look nice. $6,500. Buy it because we need it. I was wondering. Now, here's the thing. Which side do you load this thing up on? I'm not sure. Let's get the trailer. We'll figure it all out. Okay, why is that not letting me attach to that trailer? There it is. Oh, no, not that. There we go. We're going to have to figure out this trailer. So let me check something out right here and see, because it should automatically lock in. It's not critical that I put it on the trailer now, but we do want to kind of get used to doing that. And I'm trying to figure out which direction do we want to put it on there at. Because I don't know how you tell where it's supposed to sit. Obviously not that way. I'm not real familiar with using trailers. I have a little bit, but now I got to drag this thing out of the way. It's a good thing it's snowing. Oh no, what the heck is going on? It literally has the header locked into the trailer on the side. Why would it do that? That makes no sense to me at all. And that's actually not a good thing, because I don't know how to unhook it. Like that. That's how you unhook it. Wow. That was like intense right there, guys. Okay. I'll have to figure the trailer out later, how it works. I'm not sure how it's supposed to work. So for now, I'm just going to get this, I'm going to pick up this header. We do need the trailer. And it's cool that it's purple. I wish I could make the harvester purple. Now we're just going to get down here, and then we're going to speed the clock up so we can get rid of the snow. But for the time being, I am going to careful. I'm going to leave this thing sit right here. And then we're going to drive over this way. And now we're going to speed the clock up so we can like this. We'll let the clock run like this until the snow stops. Because we can harvest while it's snowing, but we lose some of our yield if we do. Hopefully it's not going to snow all day. It might. It's a possibility that it could. There it is. Stop. Okay. There we go. Now, let's see here. Yeah, we just want to go this way. We're going to end up knocking down street signs and stuff, I assure you. Oh, stop. Stop, stop, stop. One thing I have to check. Disable straw swap. I don't want it putting straw down here, even though we could just plow it up if it did, but I got one little bit of straw right there. We'll plow it up. Look how fast we are harvesting. Wow. Oh my goodness. That thing is flying. Wow. I'm afraid to try to do that myself. I need a header that's not the tool height adjusted so that when I'm working it, I can work slower. Wow. That thing is just ripping through there. Now I did that row coming up this side myself. It wasn't too bad, but it felt like it, you know, it's pretty fast. And thankfully it was just a straight line. Whoa. Look how fast this thing's going. Woo. Wow, look how far it goes. How far the momentum carries it, because I fired the helper. So we may have to buy 2 headers. Wow. Unless I just learn to go slower. But the whole point of buying this header was so we could do it faster. But I'm thinking I almost would like to have it just the regular speed, because this is so fast. Let's get our truck and we'll go up to the other field. Already full, that's why we got our truck. Nice timing. So now we got 17,100 liters. or I believe it's the 17,100. It's supposed to be. Yep. Okay. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoops. I'm in the wrong vehicle. Stop. Okay, see, this is like, woo. That guy just took off out of there. I got to get this part that it skipped. I think I'm going to have to change headers. But see, when that guy got full, he just kept going. So I'm not sure I like that. I actually may need it to operate a little bit slower. But we'll see. I'll give it a chance and see how well as I mean, it can't be skipping spots like when it gets full, because it's going so fast it can't stop. It should know it's almost full, that it needs to slow down. So that's very interesting. I'll have to just pay attention. But if that's going to be a big problem, see, then I can't let the helper go, because every time I'm going to have to back up and catch stuff that it missed, because it could not stop in time. Because it should already be slowing down. It's still doing 26 miles an hour. Look at it. Bam, here goes the sign. Bam. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I may have to change headers, guys. And that would mean both headers. I'm thinking I may have to do that. But we'll see. We'll give it an honest workout here. But I really am thinking I want to change just to the normal speed header instead of, this is too fast. It's just too fast. So I'm going to have to sell this header and go buy a different one. And that's what I want to do. So we're going to go sell this header right now. I don't like it. Well, for this episode, I'll use it for the rest of this episode. We'll go ahead and finish out with this one, but I don't like it. It's too fast. It shoots way across the road when it gets to the end, knocking down signs just because it's going so fast it can't stop. I'm just going to let that run for a minute because I want to get this sign out of here. What? Oh, it won't let me. Oh, I was going to say, it should let me pick this sign up and at least get it moved over here, like over here. Actually, let's move it out here in this grass field, like that. Woo! Slow down. Yeah, it's just going so fast. I will use it for the rest of this episode, but then I'm going to switch out, and I got to switch out the corn header too, just to the normal, because it's just too fast. It's just, it's unrealistically fast. Where's my truck? Maybe by the time the field is finished, I'll be kind of more used to it, the speed. It feels unrealistic though. With that top liner at 12 miles an hour, I mean, I'm okay with the helper working at that speed. So one thing I want to look at, let's look here. If we go just this one, what's the working speed? See, it only works at 6 miles an hour though. But there's a big difference between 6 and 26. And the way it feels and the way it looks. So I'm going to switch to this one, I'm pretty sure, but I'll give it a chance. But it's just so unrealistically fast. But unfortunately, it only works at half the speed. The normal one is only working at half the speed as our top liner, because it works at 12 miles an hour with the tool height control header that I have on it. And this thing operating so fast, you really got to watch it when you got more than one field. But thankfully the harvester will only harvest one crop type at a time. So you can't run out into a field of a different crop type and start harvesting. But it can certainly jump over into a field of the same crop type when you don't want it to and start harvesting it as well. But maybe I'll get used to it. It's probably going to make live streams go a lot faster though. See, look how long it takes to stop. And I've got to come back here and catch this part that it missed right here. Yeah, I really think I'm going to sell this header, and I'm just going to get the normal one. Our harvester will move at a slower speed, but we are working at a wider width. So I think that's what I'll do. I just don't like it being this fast. But we'll finish the field with it being that fast. And then I may go off camera and swap out these headers. I got to do both of them. And that's going to cost us more money. But I don't want to use this high-speed header on all these fields. It's just not realistic. Look how much. See, it didn't even stop in the right spot. So now I've got to get out of here and get over here. So definitely, and then I'm going to fire the helper. So yeah, this is not practical at all. If it stopped in the right spot and it did what it was supposed to do, then, you know, it wouldn't be quite as bad, but I can't just be helping it every time the tank gets full because it's going so fast it can't stop. So most definitely, I am going to be getting rid of this header. But I'll do it off camera. We'll finish this field. Simply because I didn't want to take the time to go all the way down to the shop and do all that and then come back. But yeah, I don't like the way it works. I don't want to have to do this every single time on every field. When this thing gets full, it keeps going, and I have to actually get in it. And you know, I just don't want to have to be doing all that. It defeats the purpose of hiring a helper if you have to get in it every time and do that. So it's not practical. It is cool to be able to harvest at a high speed though. It's just not practical. Like I said, if it would stop, like it knows it's getting full, slow down and stop. But it rolls over and leaves some of that crop, and the only way to get it is I have to fire the helper and back up. So it's pointless, really. I mean, it would be okay if I was doing all of it myself, but it's not practical to have the helper doing it if the helper can't do it the right way. And we have clearly seen it cannot. But I will, like I said, I'll do that off camera. Most of the stuff I don't want to do off camera. But this, see, again, see how it's going so fast it can't stop? And that means I have to fire the guy so I can back it up. So it's pointless to have the helper doing it. It's not something you can just let go, so there's no point. I gotta just go get the other one. If I was doing all of it myself, it would probably be different. Sorry guys, got a yawn. It's 4:30 in the morning where I live. At least we're getting a good chunk of wheat off this field. That's a pretty good chunk of wheat. Now see, instead of that guy being able to automatically just take off and go, I got to go through all this stuff every time it gets a tank load. So it's just not practical to be doing that. And then I got to back up and get this little section over here that it skipped. So yeah, it's not practical. That's unfortunate. But at least now we know. I wish I had known previously so I could have just bought the thing I actually wanted, but that horse was funny. Now I got to go ahead and get this field replanted. So I will finish this field in this episode, and then that will be the end of the episode. A little more than I was going to do, but I'm okay. Like I said, I was thinking, I kind of forgot what day it was. I was thinking that we might as well fire that guy, because we're going to have to anyway. Or he's not fire him, but he's going to say, "Oh, I'm done," when he's not done. I'll just drive it myself down to the other end now. Yeah, if I was doing all this myself, even hitting the brakes, you really would have to figure out, okay, I'm almost full, and slow down ahead of time. But so if I was doing all of it myself, it wouldn't be quite so bad. But it's not practical to use this thing with the helper. You have to get in it every time the tank gets full and make adjustments. So yeah, that's not good. So maybe, actually I won't, I can, I was thinking maybe I can take this down and do the headers while while we have, let me just pull out here. Like this. Now let's go get the truck. And we can just bring it. Oh, I don't know what the heck that just hit. Big bump. We can bring that over here. And now we'll get this guy. Slow down. Well, we can go up here. We can start on this end. Well, a lot of bumps there in that grass. I got to tell you, that's Not something I was anticipating. I can move it just a little bit more this way, I think. Maybe about like that. Yep. Back up. It did not. Why did it not catch that edge right there? There we go. There we go. Now, we'll get the cultivator started. And then we can, we'll go ahead and go swap out those headers while it's doing the cultivating. And then we really will be broke. Maybe I better wait. Maybe I better hold off. I don't have anything I can sell. Do I? I have corn. I can sell corn. I'm not using it for anything. We don't get a lot of money for it, but I could take it to the cereal factory. So if I need to, I can get some money. So let's get this thing fertilized and then we'll figure out what we want to do. I might take the corn, go take it into town to the cereal factory. That would just make sure I have enough cushion as far as our cash is concerned to go ahead and swap out those headers. I don't want to be totally broke because our helper, you can see we're spending money. So that's what we'll do. We'll go sell some corn. We'll get the cultivator started. And then we'll take our truck. We'll go empty it. We'll get our corn. And we will go sell it. And then we'll go get our headers. I'm going to have one little swath I got to go right there. Oh, that's too bad. What is that? Well, I don't know what that mark is, but at least it wasn't a skipped over crop. It could have been. Okay, now we'll just do this little edge ourselves. Now we can leave this equipment sitting up here because we're going to be using it on the sunflowers right here beside us at the beginning of the next episode. Well, we're not going to be using the fertilizer spreader right at the very beginning of the next episode, but we will be harvesting up here. We can park this over here in the grass. Nice big grassy area over here. Nice. I should put me a shed and some equipment over here. I could actually put a field right here, but it looks like it's not flat. Yeah, so probably not practical for him. Might be able to put some animals over here though. Might be a good place to do cows. We'll see. Okay, so where are we at? We want to get, where's our let's find our cultivator. There it is. Ooh. That was weird. Couldn't even see the railing on that thing. Now we'll take the cultivator up to the top corner and get it started, and then we will take our truck, go do what we got to do there. Sorry guys. And I don't mind driving across this freshly harvested field. The reason I don't like driving across the field, guys, is because if I drive across it, it leaves tire tracks. If the helper drives across it, it doesn't leave tire tracks. And I don't like all the tire tracks. Not that they hurt anything, because we're going to plow them out, but I just don't like it. Especially once I have a planted crop. Oh, I don't like to have to drive out onto it. All right, let's get this guy going. Now, we want our truck. And we'll take it. Where is, yeah, see, town is right over there on this same road. And we'll be bringing our corn over here, so that's good. At least we're going to be staying close to where our work area is, as far as with the truck is concerned, because we'll just come park it back over there. We're going to be using it. The trailer we can keep. Oop, I done passed up the farm. It's going so fast. Ooh, easy. The tractor's sitting in the way. That's good. That gives us quite a bit of wheat. We're not full, 70. And we want a truck full of wheat to be able to put into our grain mill when we buy it. Now, start filling. We want corn. And we'll take all of it to the cereal mill. And I'll feel more comfortable having this. I wanted to have corn. I wanted a truckload of corn, a full truckload of corn. Because at some point, I think we might, if we decide to buy the cereal mill, but that's a ways off. We won't be doing that anytime soon. Because we have to do grapes. For cereal, you have to have raisins. And I'm nowhere near ready to start doing grapes. So we just want to go over to the cereal mill over here. And then I'll be interested to see how much money we make off this though. And the cereal mill is right over here. I think. Yep. Funny, there's no grate. You just pour it right on the concrete. That's weird. But whoops. Open it. Better uncover it. Now let's see. How much money are we going to make? I need to find someplace that's in the shade, at least in the shade, so I can see what it tells us. What did we make? $138,000. Okay, that's not a super lot, but wow, some tight cornering in here. But that's all right. Now we have enough money to where we can go. We're going to swap out our headers, and we'll still have some money left, and I'll feel comfortable with it. It won't be a lot, but enough that, like I said, I'll feel comfortable with it that way. At least we still have some money. And the truck can just stay up here. We just leave the truck sit over here like this in the grass. Let's check on our cultivator. Doesn't look like it skipped anything. So now we can go swap this out while the cultivator is working. The trailer here we'll keep. I got to figure out how to use it. If I knew how to use it, let me look at something. I got to try to figure something out, guys. I just don't know how this is supposed to work. But if I could get this header on that trailer, the proper way, Let's come down here a little bit closer. I don't know if, oh, I just knocked my mailbox down. I don't know if that's latched on there or not. I'm going to go pick up this header and then come back because we're going to swap this one out also. Hopefully, I don't know if the thing automatically, come on, stop doing that. I don't know if it locks in or not. I know they have some that do. If this is better, at least I can get both of them in one trip. And we could fold the header also. Not that we need to at this point, but we could. I think I have to unfold it before I can detach it. I'm not sure. I'll have to look when we get up here. So we got to go over here. Now let's see what happens if can I sell just the parts, or do I need to unhook everything and do all that stuff? Yeah, I can separate it like this. Okay, so we can sell this. But how much can I sell it for? Oh, I got to be careful. Yeah, it says, see, I don't want to sell that one. I want to sell this one for $40,000. Okay. Yes. Okay. Then I can sell this one for $83,000. Okay. Okay. Now I don't want to sell anything else. I still want that, keep that, and I want to keep my tractor. Now let's go over here. We could go a different way, but since we're here at the dealership already. So let's go back to headers. And let's go to the 30-foot, the Fendt 30-foot. And I think I had design too, and I don't really know what all's different about the two designs. I see something over here. I don't know what that's for. I don't know what it does. I think I'll get that one right there like that. Because it's, okay. So, well, either way, it's the same price. Yeah. So we'll get this one. Okay. And then we want here. We want this one. Okay. Okay, so at least we do have some money left over. So let's put the trailer right here. And let's go get this one. No, I can't remember if that's fertilizer in those bags right there. But if you've seen some of my other episodes, I bought the wrong cedar or cedar. I got to try to remember. We got to load the trailer from the left-hand side. And we just have to be careful not to be there we go. See it? Did you see it move? It locked it in place. Now we can pick it up. So we just got to remember, got to load from the left-hand side. There we go. All right, that was easy enough. I think I'm going to be much more content now. I'm just trying to think. These are not easy to back up, guys. Let me tell you. Woo! I'm amazed that put that thing back on there. I got to get it turned around. I don't want to just leave it sit out in the middle of the road. I'm going to knock a sign over that I don't want to knock over, but I don't really have any choice. Ah! Oh well. Well, I don't think I'm going to be using this again until I'm back down here. Well, let's unfold this thing while we're coming up this other way. Oh, not that. Unfold this one. So it's ready for sunflowers. Well, I wasn't really wanting to sell the corn until I had a full truckload, but that's okay. It gave us the opportunity to do what we need to do. Now, let me find, where's my other, so I don't need that harvester over here. I might can go sell that header right there too, but right now what we're wanting is this. This is the next thing we need. And we're already set up for soybeans, which is good. Well, we've now had a 5-hour live stream, guys. Let's see, we'll start up on this end. But we're not going to start it yet because this guy will very easily catch up with our cultivator. So we don't want that. I'm just going to get it ready. I think I want to move over just a little bit more, about like this. Now we'll just ride with the cultivator for a few minutes. We're not going to start the seeder until we get done, because the seeder will go fairly quickly. It's a little bit bigger, and I don't want it catching up with the cultivator. Yep, just cultivated a bunch of birds. This is actually a pretty good sized field. But for the purpose we needed, that's kind of good because it gave us time to go down, you know, do what we needed to do. So I was able to get things accomplished without extending the live stream, because I am starting to get tired now. It's been 5 hours. And there's no way I could do live streams like this if I wasn't playing this game. I mean, for this length of time, there's no way I could hold a controller in my hand for 5 hours. I just wouldn't be able to do it. But being able to put the controller down and just ride along, as long as I don't get too sleepy, then it's okay. But I am getting tired now, and we still got a ways to go. I don't think it'll take another hour to finish, because our planter will go quicker, but And by planting soybeans in all these fields this time, our next harvest, we're going to make real good money. And that's what we want. We'll pick up a couple $1 million probably once we harvest all our fields. So we got to plant this field, we're going to harvest and then replant our sunflowers, but we're going to replant with soybeans. And then when we get down to the other end, we're going to harvest sunflowers, we're going to harvest canola, and we're going to replant with soybeans. And once we re-harvest all of that, we should easily get a couple $1 million. Because that'll be 14 fields of soybeans. And then we can go back, we can come back and put this in wheat after that. And then we'll do like barley. In fact, I may do, once we harvest all the rotation of soybeans, I may only do the 3 fields at our farmhouse, plus the one right next door on the other side of that house there, on the main street, but the next field over. We'll do those with soybeans, and then we'll do like this one. We'll do the 3 that are over beside the farm with wheat. That way we have, I know I have enough wheat to fill the grain mill. And then we'll do oats the same way. This field, those fields over there. We'll do oats, and then we'll do barley, and then we'll do sorghum. I want a dump truck load of each. So that means like 130,000 liters of each in our silo. And we'll run each of them over there and put them in the grain mill and then buy the grain mill. So the grain mill will be completely loaded when we buy it. And then we'll go buy the bakery. Actually, we'll buy the bakery first. So before I take grain over to put in the grain mill, we'll go buy the bakery. And we'll just set it up. And because that way I don't have to worry about it while I'm running back and forth, getting one crop to the next. I've got some place for my flour to start going. Because I don't want any of it to end up on pallets. And I have done that before, and I have loaded it manually with the tractor, with the forklift, with the front end forks, and loaded it onto a trailer. And I've also used like the auto load trailers. I prefer the auto load trailers, and I don't know why anybody wouldn't prefer the auto load trailers, but for realism, you want to be able to use a forklift or something. So I do know how to use those. Not real good, but I've stacked up hay bales and used them to stack up hay bales, both square and round. And I like doing that. I don't like doing it a whole lot, but I do like having like a shed where I could put some hay bales in and stuff. It just makes the farm look more realistic. So, but I'm not going to be doing hay bales and stuff on this map. I don't think. But we may do it on a different map. If I can find a map that already has like the animal pens, then I might look into doing like a livestock map. But this one is all about production chains So I'm pretty sure like the first animal I would buy, other than like our beehives, we've got bees, I could put chickens someplace and sell the eggs. So we might look into that, because this grassy area up here across this little road might be a good place to put a chicken coop, might be a good place to put sheep. So we'll look into that kind of stuff. I actually could take a peek at it right now because I got time. Let's go over here and let's go animals. Let's just look at chickens right now. I can get this right here, and I don't have to have water with it. It doesn't need water. 360 chickens, and then this is the egg shipping. I'll have to figure out how to use it. How many does that hold? Oh, a chicken pasture, but I don't know how. Oh, only 30 chickens. This holds 360 chickens. So that would be the one. But let's look at the size of it and think, you know, because the place I would use it, if I'm going to use it, would be right here. I would put it over here somewhere. I would have to try to find the best place to put it. Actually, that would not be too bad. It would not be a lot of terraforming to go in here. See, that's not too bad if I put it right on the edge of the road right there. I'd have to figure out how to do the eggs though, because I don't want egg. I'll have to figure out more about that. But then we can have that was chicken. So if we come to sheep, what do we have? That's 35 sheep. Oops. And that is 65, 35, 15. So let's look at this one. How well would this work over here? Oh, that's pretty big, ain't it? We want to try to figure out as close to 97,000 as we could get. But this is on a hill. So we're just looking at different. It might be good over here somewhere. I got too much stuff in my way. But it might be a good place to put some of this stuff. Put a couple of animal paddocks down here somewhere. Something we'll look into. But that grassy area might be a good place, because you don't really want to put them in a field that's a working field. Oh, is that going to catch? Oh man, that's going to be perfect, ain't it? Nice. That worked out perfect. Now we can send this guy. So I think that'll be good. We could. I don't know if we'll do chicken. Well, chickens would be a good thing to do. I just have to figure out how to. I've used a chicken and that selling point before, but I have it set up on calm lands. So we'll take before we do that, we will go look at calm lands because I'll need to figure out how I have it set up. Actually, I don't have a cell station on calm lands. I just have the chicken coop. And you set the eggs up to sell. So I think maybe I don't need that shipping station. I can't remember. I'll have to go to calm lands and look. So this guy can just park right here because we're going to be using it. Oh, I didn't even see that sign. I just wiped it out. Hilarious. I'm starting to get really tired. But that was hilarious, let me tell you. Now, it shouldn't take too long to get this one planted. We're running at 11 miles an hour. And our working width, what's our working width? Let's take a peek. We can go right here. And we can go right there. Our working width is 12 meters. So yeah, this part will go fairly quickly, which is good. Now, I'm wondering if I put in a sheep paddock, if I can sell or distribute wool directly from that. So it would go to the spinnery. I just don't know. I had sheep at one time, but I was actually collecting the wool on pallets and then picking it up with an auto load trailer. Well, some of it I did with the forklift. Well, not a forklift, but the front end loader with the pallet forks on a tractor. But then I found a mod for a auto load trailer that did wool. So I started using that. So if I can find that again, and then I can take the wool to the spinnery. So yeah, we may do some animals on here. I don't know if I'm going to get into cows, but we might do some sheep and chickens. But that's not going to be anytime soon. It may not be real far in the future, but I at least want to be able to get the grain mill and the bakery and be able to take care, make sure I can keep it supplied and everything like that with no problem. And then we'll look into doing the spinnery. The spinnery takes cotton and wool. You can see how uneven this field is. Watch the Well, it doesn't look too bad when that thing was down. It was kind of like bouncing around a little bit when it was raised. I think it's kind of interesting that this planter operates at 11 miles an hour. To me, that seems fast. I don't know if that's realistic or not. I would think they try to be somewhat realistic. So maybe it is. Like I said, I'm not a farmer. I did not grow up on a farm, so I don't know anything about this stuff as far as, operating speeds and stuff like that in real life. It just seems like planting seed at 11 miles an hour is probably kind of fast. I did operate a plow on a tractor one time at my uncle's. I had some uncles that were farmers. And I always enjoyed in the summertime being able to go spend a couple weeks at their house, riding horses and stuff like that. And at one point, I remember on one summer, I did get to do some plowing. And that was cool. That was fun. Did a lot of weed pulling by hand. Got paid a penny per weed. That's right, a whole penny for every weed I pulled. As long as it had the roots attached. And my uncle would count them. I'm pretty sure I made more money working at the boat factory, the boat trailer manufacturing plant, than I did pulling weeds. But that was a part-time job when I was in high school. My parents were divorced and I got a little part-time job, that only temporary, worked for a couple of weeks. It just so happened that my brother worked there and they were short-handed. And I got lucky because one of the guys that worked there had broke his foot and was unable to work. So I was visiting my brother. My mother and father were divorced. And my older brother lived with my mother. I lived with my father. And I was on summer vacation. And I went to spend a couple weeks at my mother's house. And it just so happened that while I was there, they came up short-handed because that dude broke his foot. So I was able to work part-time for them for a couple weeks just to fill in while that guy was out. And Yeah, I made pretty good money. I don't remember what the pay rate was at that time, but it was more than a penny per weed. Of course, I started working for money when I was probably maybe 12. I started mowing neighbors' yards and stuff like that. I was about 12 years old. And I would mow grass, rake leaves, shovel snow, stuff like that. Got my first payroll job when I was 16. Well, I hope when this guy pulls out on that railroad track, we don't have a train come by. We're more than halfway done already. And we are right now at a 5.5-hour live stream. Now this planter is double the working width of our cedar. Our cedar is 6 meters, and that's the thing we normally plant soybeans with, but this one actually does soybeans too, this planter. And it's 12 meter working width, so it's twice as fast. So we get this field planted in half the time. Plus we have a faster working speed. The planter works at 11 miles an hour. And I think the cedar was what, 7? So we actually get through. Now look, there's a little bump right there. I fired that guy. And I'm going to manually catch that spot because it hit a bump. There's a bump on this edge over here. I gotta try to get it lined up, guys. I didn't want to fire it, but I had to because it missed a spot. It bounced over it. This thing is hard to back up. It really is. I have a real hard time with this thing for some reason. Probably because it's so long, so the axis is much more difficult. Let's see if this is gonna, yep, it caught, okay. I wasn't sure if I'd have the alignment right. I think because it's such a long axis, it is much more difficult to back up. So hopefully I won't have to back it up anymore. I'll just be able to let it finish itself out. May have to reposition it when we get over on the edge. I anticipate that's what we'll have to do. Yeah, that would be bad if a train came by when he pulls out onto those tracks. Now, I pulled out on the tracks like that one time and a train hit me and my tractor ended up on top of the building. True story. It did. And I just left it there. It looked cool. But it was funny. The train hit it and it went up in the air and it was tumbling over and it landed right on top, on its wheels, right on top of a building. So I just left it up there and went and bought another tractor. Okay, now I will need to reposition again. I will let him kind of turn around though. At least get it started turning around, and then I will fine tune it because I don't want it dragging down that road. And I know that's what it's going to do. That might not be too bad. Oh, it's going to be close enough. I'm going to let it go. I'm not going to reposition it just for that amount. It's just stuck over just a little bit. See, I'm okay with it if it's like that, where the majority of the tool is in the field. I'm okay. Now, if that was out there in the gravel, I probably would want to reposition it. But as long as the wheel is on the edge of the field, I'm okay with it like that. Looking to see if I see a train coming. I haven't seen one in a little bit. The weight on that thing was just sitting on that rail. Wow. It's a good thing I turned my camera back around when I did, because I was sitting about like that right there. That would have been so close to a collision. Wow. And I had just looked down there too. You guys saw it. I had looked all the way down there. There was no train coming. And then just that fast, here come a train. Now this is just going to sit up here too, because we got to have it to plant our sunflowers. So we can just sit right here like this. We should save it now that everything's done. So in the next episode, we will do these 4 sunflower fields, and then we may be able to jump over and do these two fields also. But that's going to wrap it up for this one, guys. It's been about 5 hours and 38-minute live stream. So it's one of my longer ones so far. But we're going to end it right here. Thank you for watching, hanging out with me while I'm doing this. I think that's pretty cool. I like it. It's fun. So I will catch you guys in the next one. Until then, God bless.